Chapter 440. I'm going to kill you. At this moment, the black robe on Belly Snake's head had already fallen off, revealing an incomparably sinister face. Half of his face was normal while the other half was actually disfigured. No wonder he was always shrouded in the black robe. Belly Snake jumped up from the ground. Just now, he was beaten by Li Chongqing until his internal organs were spat out. At this moment, he was vigorous and lively again. So, you're already half a shaman soldier. Li Chongqing immediately understood why this Belly Snake knew magic. Most likely, that Miss Su Yu had already transformed his body in advance. Looking at it this way, that centipede lost unjustly. If that centipede was also transformed into half a shaman soldier, he might not be inferior to Belly Snake. The face of that first elder in the first row immediately turned gloomy. He also didn't expect that Miss would do this. That centipede's death was somewhat unjust. At this moment, Belly Snake's hands danced. The black fog once again turned into a poisonous snake and attacked Li Chongqing. In contrast, Li Chongqing didn't have any intention to dodge. He directly lifted his leg and kicked. The powerful black fog was shattered by his kick. At the same time, Belly Snake was kicked back a few steps. Taking 3 steps forward, Li Chongqing leaped high into the air and landed a knee strike on Belly Snake's chest. This time, the other party flew out 7 to 8 meters and hit the iron net. Before he could land on the ground, Li Chongqing lifted his leg and stepped on his throat, pressing him against the iron fence. With a "kacha" sound, the other party's head drooped down softly. When Li Chongqing retracted his leg, the other party fell to the ground and lost all signs of life. The field immediately fell into silence. No one would have thought that a newcomer from the first cell would kill Belly Snake, who had won 9 consecutive matches and was classified as a pseudo-shaman general. Although Li Chongqing won, Guadagnia's face didn't have the slightest joy. Instead, it was filled with fear. He directly walked in front of Su Yu and knelt down with a plop sound. "Miss, I was wrong." The eldest miss of the witchcraft cult had high hopes for Viper. Now that he was killed by Li Chongqing, he was naturally afraid that Su Yu would blame him. He was only a leader of the first prison. If he made Su Yu unhappy, she didn't need to say anything. Just a look from her was enough to make him die without a burial ground. However, Su Yu didn't pay attention to him and directly walked towards the high platform. At this time, Li Chongqing also walked out of the iron cage. Su Yu's gaze sized up Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing looked thin and small, and did not pose any threat, but at this moment, no one present dared to underestimate him. "You are very strong. Even the shaman general Belly Snake that I personally chose died in your hands. You have made me see you in a new light." Su Yu looked at Li Chongqing. There was no joy in her eyes. This woman was definitely not simple. Despite her young age, she gave off an unfathomable feeling, extremely shrewd. Li Chongqing smiled and said, "You flatter me." Facing the high and mighty miss of the sorcerer cult, he was completely unfazed. To be able to defeat Belly Snake, it seems that you are not an ordinary person. Su Yu's face turned cold. Suddenly, a black fog appeared on her palm and attacked Li Chongqing. The sudden attack made many people present unable to react. This Su Yu was not only the daughter of the sorcerer cult's leader, but she was also a cultivation expert. At this moment, her attack was more than 10 times stronger than Belly Snake's attack. Li Chongqing's face didn't have the slightest panic. His figure just gently moved to one side and dodged the attack of the black fog. At the same time, he raised his palm and suddenly hit Su Yu's wrist. Su Yu's face revealed surprise when she saw Li Chongqing dodged her attack. Seeing Li Chongqing's finger attack, the corner of her mouth revealed a bit of a sneer. Her wrist was like a silver snake as she gently turned and changed her position. Her face just revealed a smile, but she felt a pain in her wrist. Her entire person, even Ting Ting, retreated a few steps. Her eyes revealed a look of shock. Just now, she clearly dodged the attack. Could it be that she released her inner chi? You are a Master Realm expert. After the surprise, Su Yu's face returned to calmness. Although Master Realm martial artists were powerful, she still didn't put them in her eyes. But just when she moved, she discovered that her entire body's 7 meridians and 8 meridians were tingling. Before she could counterattack, her face was already covered with cold sweat. In the next moment, Li Chongqing abruptly closed in on her, and then without any mercy, kicked her in the head with his leg. The Miss of the Witch God Sect fell headfirst from the arena. She was the Miss of the Witch God Sect. Crash. There was a sound of exclamation in the field. Su Yu was not only the Miss of the Sorcerer Cult, but she was also a famous cultivation genius in the Sorcerer Cult. Don't look at her young age, her strength could be compared to several elders. But now, he had been defeated so easily. Boom! Boom! Many people who were sitting stood up one after another. They rushed forward and surrounded Li Chongqing. Bold, you dare to attack Mississippi. You are courting death. Great Elder took the lead. Although he was schemed by Su Yu and his chosen shaman general, Centipede, died in the hands of Belly Snake, but seeing Su Yu being beaten at this moment, he immediately stood up. The one courting death is you guys? Li Chongqing took a step forward. A cold aura spread out from his body and dominated the scene. Like a towering mountain, it made people feel suffocated. At this moment, the faces of several elders in front changed instantly. Especially Great Elder, he stared at Li Chongqing and said solemnly, "Who are you?" At this moment, even a fool could see that Li Chongqing wasn't an ordinary cultivator. "I am the one who came to destroy you." After speaking, he raised his hand and waved his palm forward. Under the surging wind, a transparent palm print was formed and pressed down. Boom! Not good. When Li Chongqing raised his palm, Great Elder's face changed wildly and hurriedly dodged to the side. Just when his body moved, that palm print had already slapped down. He only had time to escape 3 meters away and was hit by the palm print. Half of his body was smashed into pieces. After landing on the ground, his cheeks were distorted and he quickly lost his breath of life. The other 5 higher-ups of the Witch God Cult standing with Great Elder, including the elite disciples of the Witch God Cult, didn't even have the chance to react. Under this palm, they were all smashed into meat patties. At this moment, the more than 500 disciples of the Witch God Cult felt their scalp go numb. Across such a long distance, one palm was able to kill the most powerful and important people in the scene. This was simply an immortal technique. And Su Yu, who was kicked down the high platform by Li Chongqing, was so frightened that her heart almost jumped out of her mouth. As the eldest Miss of the Witch God Cult, she could be considered to be experienced and knowledgeable, but when had she seen such a scene? Killing people was as simple as crushing ants. Who the hell caught this cultivator? He's clearly a fiend. Su Yu roared in her heart. On the other side, Guadagnia was so frightened that he almost wet his pants. Chapter 441. Li Chongqing stood alone on the high platform. None of the over 500 disciples of the witchcraft cult dared to move. All of them were watching in horror. Although there were many of them and some of them were experts, no matter how many people they had, no matter how powerful they were, they could not withstand Li Chongqing's attack. A single slap could kill a group of people. Killing people was as easy as chopping vegetables. Not to mention 500 people, even 5,000 people would not be able to withstand Li Chongqing's slap. Li Chongqing walked down from the high platform step by step and walked toward the main hall of the witchcraft cult. This was because he sensed that the most powerful auras of the witchcraft cult were in the main hall. In the main hall of the witchcraft cult, an old man in black was sitting on the main seat. Below him were the elders of the witchcraft cult. At this moment, they were discussing the death of the most outstanding disciple of the 3rd generation, Fu Chongqing. Although Fu Chongqing was not young when he joined the witchcraft cult, He was very talented in the techniques of the witchcraft cult. In just over a decade, he had improved by leaps and bounds and became the top disciple of the third generation. Now that he had died in the capital, the entire witchcraft cult was shocked when the news reached them. Fu Chongqing is an outstanding disciple of our cult. We must avenge him. One of the elders spoke up. It's said that the person who killed Fu Chongqing is a young man named Li Chongxing who has risen to fame in the capital. After many investigations, we still don't know his background. Even Fu Chongqing was not a match for him at such a young age. This shows how talented he is. Another elder spoke. No matter how talented he is, he deserves to die for offending the witchcraft cult. Send a deacon to the capital to kill him. A sinister-looking elder of the witchcraft cult said loudly. He was the third elder of the witchcraft cult. He was arrogant and ruthless. Even the members of the witchcraft cult were afraid of him. Third elder, it's not that simple. It's easy to kill him, but have you thought about the sect behind him? Killing him might bring a strong enemy to the witchcraft cult. The second elder, who was second only to the sect leader, said with a frown. Many people nodded in agreement with the second elder. Who cares about him? Just capture him and kill him. As for his sect, we'll just have to fight them. We can't just sit back and do nothing when someone from the witchcraft cult is killed. Wouldn't that be a joke? After the third elder finished speaking, even the second elder didn't say anything this time. Yes, the disciples of the witchcraft cult had died in the capital. How could the witchcraft cult not take revenge? Third elder is right. He has to pay the price for killing a member of the witchcraft cult. No matter which sect he has, the witchcraft cult is not afraid of a fight. The headmaster of the witch god cult spoke up and made the final decision. However, since the other party can kill Fu Chongqing, it means that he is not an ordinary person. We also have to be careful and not be too casual. How about this? When the time comes, we'll send an elder and a few true disciples to go with us. At the same time, we'll spread the name of the sorcerer cult. For so many years, our witchcraft cult has been staying in the depths of the 100,000 mountains of Miaojiang. Those sects in the central region have almost forgotten how powerful our witchcraft cult is. Hearing the headmaster's words, everyone nodded one after another. I'm afraid that Li Chongxing will hide after knowing Fu Chongqing's identity. At that time, it won't be easy to catch him in the vast sea of people. A deacon said with some worry. But at this moment, the ground suddenly trembled, and then the door of the hall broke into pieces with a bang, scattering all over the ground. A figure walked out of the dust and appeared at the entrance of the hall. He looked at the many higher-ups in the hall proudly. In the entire hall, all the voices stopped abruptly. Everyone looked at the young man who suddenly broke in with a surprised expression. They were somewhat confused about the situation. At this moment, eldest Miss Su Yu stumbled in from behind. She said anxiously, "Father, elders, this person sneaked into our witchcraft cult and killed the great elder. I don't know what his intentions are." "Oh right, he said that his name is Li Chongxing." Li Chongxing? Everyone in the hall was stunned at first. Then, an elder reacted and exclaimed, "Could it be the one who killed Fu Chongqing?" At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall instantly froze. Just a moment ago, they were still discussing about going to the capital to find Li Chongxing for revenge. They were afraid that Li Chongxing would escape after hearing the news. They didn't expect that the murderer they were talking about would come in the blink of an eye. "Sir, you are really bold. You don't put our witchcraft cult in your eyes at all." The black-robed headmaster of the witchcraft cult stood up. "Our witchcraft cult's direct disciple, Fu Chongqing, died in your hands. You still don't want to let it go. Now, you have come here to throw yourself into the trap. May I know which cult you are from? What are you trying to do?" The headmaster of the witchcraft cult had fear in his eyes. In his opinion, since Li Chongxing dared to come here, he must have something to rely on. Before he figured out what Li Chongxing was relying on, he wasn't willing to act rashly. You won't know my sect even if I tell you. As for why I came to your witchcraft cult, it's very simple. There are only 2 points. First, I killed Fu Changqing, so your witchcraft cult will definitely take revenge. I took the initiative to come here to settle the grudge. Second, I see that your witchcraft cult is a place with good feng shui, so I plan to borrow it for a few days. When Li Changxing said that he wanted to settle the grudge, the people of the witchcraft cult already felt that he was extremely arrogant. When he said that he wanted to borrow the witchcraft cult for a few days, it caused an uproar. How could a sect's land of inheritance be lent out casually? As soon as Li Changxing finished speaking, the third elder pulled out the machete in his hand. He roared furiously, "You've gone too far. You want to borrow our sect? Why don't you just ask the people of our witchcraft cult to be your subordinate?" The other higher-ups of the witchcraft cult also had killing intent on their faces. "You killed my disciple and want to dominate the witchcraft cult. Who gave you the courage?" After hearing Li Changxing's words, the headmaster of the witchcraft cult's eyes flickered with a cold light. "In that case, there's no room for negotiation?" The corners of Li Changxing's mouth curled up. "He's just a brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Why are you talking nonsense with him?" The second elder snorted coldly. "Let's take him down together." Hearing the second elder's words, several figures in the hall rushed up one after another and formed an encirclement. "Attack!" The second elder shouted and took the lead. The machete in his hand turned into a cold light and slashed at Li Changxing. At the same time, more than a dozen figures attacked together. Some used sabers, some used swords, and all kinds of black fog formed poisonous snakes, scorpions, and other poisonous phantoms in the air. The densely packed attacks enveloped Li Changxing. These people were the higher-ups of the witchcraft cult. Each of them was powerful, and each of their moves was majestic. In the blink of an eye, Li Changxing's figure could no longer be seen. He was completely covered by all kinds of magic attacks. Su Yu, who was originally extremely afraid of Li Changxing, heaved a sigh of relief when she saw this scene. The headmaster of the witchcraft cult, who was sitting on the main seat, sneered and said, "A reckless brat dares to run wild in our witchcraft cult. You're overestimating yourself." However, as soon as his voice fell, there was a rumbling sound. The many experts who rushed toward Li Changxing flew back almost at the same time, revealing Li Changxing, who was standing in the middle with a calm face. Chapter 442. Before this, Li Changxing already had the ability to kill a Vajra realm martial expert. Now, as his realm continued to improve, Li Changxing could even kill several Vajra realm martial experts at the same time. The strongest among the witchcraft cult's elders was only at the inborn realm. In Li Changxing's eyes, they were no different from ants. Bang, 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 bang. Several dull sounds were heard. The few elders and deacons of the witchcraft cult who had rushed up just now fell from the sky like dumplings. Li Changxing was still standing where he was just now. From the beginning to the end, he did not move at all. Gasp! Many disciples of the witchcraft cult who had rushed over after hearing the news gasped when they saw this scene. Even the cult master of the witchcraft cult widened his eyes in shock. This kid looks like he's only in his 20s. How can he be so powerful? Could he be the reincarnation of some super expert who has innate wisdom? The so-called innate wisdom meant that a person had the memory of his previous life. Many cultivation experts had special techniques in the field of the divine soul so that they could still have the memory of their first life in their second life. Such people often knew how to cultivate as soon as they were born. Moreover, once they set foot on the path of cultivation, they would advance by leaps and bounds like riding the wind and breaking the waves. At a very young age, they could cultivate to a realm that others would need decades to cultivate to. However, such people were in the minority after all. Only those who were close to the immortals on earth could do it. "Father, what should we do?" Suyu asked anxiously when she saw the cult master of the witchcraft cult in a daze. More than 10 top experts of the witchcraft cult attacked together, but they could not do anything to Li Chongqing. This gave her a better understanding of Li Chongqing's strength. The cult master of the witchcraft cult snorted coldly. So what if you're the reincarnation of a super expert? If you come to the witchcraft cult and behave atrociously, you won't be able to return. The cult master of the witchcraft cult snorted coldly. He took a step forward and shouted, "Set up the formation." Numerous figures appeared from all directions and gathered behind the cult master of the witchcraft cult. Each of them had genuine qi flowing around their bodies. In the end, they turned into wisps of black mist and merged into the body of the sorcerer cult's hierarch. These were the sorcerer soldiers of the sorcerer cult. There were a total of 49 of them, and each of them was much stronger than the viper that Li Chongqing had killed. With so many people's power gathered together, the sorcerer cult's master's aura kept rising. I'd like to see what's so special about this witch weapon technique. Li Chongqing raised his palm, which turned into a huge handprint and slammed down. Rumble! As the palm fell, it was as if it carried the might of heaven and earth. The master of the witchcraft cult formed a long saber from the black mist in front of him, and it flew toward Li Chongqing's handprint. Bang bang! Bang bang! After several explosions, the long saber formed by the black fog under his hand was directly shattered. At the same time, a powerful force pressed down, and more than a dozen sorcerer soldiers behind the cult master of the witchcraft cult exploded into blood mist. The cult master of the witchcraft cult was only at the peak of the inborn realm. With the help of the sorcerer soldier, he barely reached the early stage of the Vajra realm. How could he withstand Li Chongqing's attack? Damn it! Seeing more than a dozen sorcerer soldiers that he had painstakingly nurtured die in the blink of an eye, the cult master of the witchcraft cult was heartbroken, and his eyes were filled with anger. He suddenly tore the clothes in front of his chest and cut a wound on his chest with his finger. Then, he pulled out a palm-sized dagger from inside. I've poured my heart and soul into this sorcerer blade. Today I must kill you. The cult master of the witchcraft cult sounded extremely cold. The moment the dagger appeared, the blood qi in his entire body seemed to have dried up. His skin became wrinkled and his body shrunk. However, the dangerous aura on his body became even more intense. Go to hell! The cult master of the witchcraft cult suddenly threw out the scimitar in his hand. The scimitar was the size of a palm and instantly grew to a 3-meter-long scimitar. It slashed toward Li Chongqing with a terrifying aura. This is the destiny sorcerer blade that the cult master has poured his heart and soul into. Today there are only a few people in the world who can block it. The group of injured elders all had excited looks in their eyes. The sorcerer blade is the most powerful sacred weapon that only the cult master of the witchcraft cult can inherit. This Li brat thinks that he has some strength and dares to look down on the witchcraft cult. Once the cult master uses this ultimate move, his head will be cut off and his blood will flow. The third elder, who was also injured, looked gloomy at this moment. He wished that Li Chongqing would be chopped into pieces in the next moment. The cult master of the witchcraft cult also had a sneer on his face. Even a peak-stage Vajra realm expert would have to avoid such an attack. Haha, you're just a tiny pearl. Li Chongqing smiled disdainfully. Once again, he conjured the giant palm print and pressed it down. As the giant palm print fell, even the air was compressed. That giant palm had the power to topple the mountains and overturn the seas. It rumbled down from the sky and slammed directly on the sorcerer blade. Crack! It was known as the inherited treasure of the cult masters of the witchcraft cult. The cult master had poured his heart and soul into this destiny saber for more than 30 years. However, it was easily broken into 2 pieces. The cult master of the witchcraft cult even took 3 steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked as if he had aged by dozens of years. The destiny saber had merged with his flesh and blood. It had long been like a part of his body. It was connected to his body for better or for worse. Now that Li Chongqing had broken it, it was no different from breaking his bones. How could this be? The cult master of the witchcraft cult stared at Li Chongqing. His eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. This was an outcome that he had never expected. In the hall, the other senior members of the witchcraft cult were also shocked. The cult master of the witchcraft cult had always been like a god in their hearts. Now, he had been defeated just like that. This person is so powerful at such a young age. Does God want to destroy the witchcraft cult? An elder shouted in despair. It seems that he is really the reincarnation of an earth immortal. Otherwise, he would not be so powerful. Let's go together and protect our master. The remaining 30 or so shaman soldiers turned into streaks of black shadows and rushed towards Li Chongqing. However, Li Chongqing did not care about this group of sorcerer soldiers when even the cult master of the witchcraft cult had been defeated. Li Chongqing did not even lift his eyelids. He just took a step forward. Suddenly, the hall began to shake violently as if there was an earthquake. Then, an invisible force spread from Li Chongqing's feet to the ground in all directions. Bang! 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 Those sorcerer soldiers did not even have time to get close to him. They were sent flying and exploded into clouds of blood mist in the air. In the blink of an eye, the sorcerer soldiers that the cult master of the witchcraft cult had spent so much effort to cultivate were all dead. They were all defeated. The whole hall fell into silence. Only the strong smell of blood lingered in the air. Chapter 443. Li Chongqing's skills made everyone from the sorcerer cult tremble in fear. When Li Chongqing's gaze swept across them, everyone lowered their heads. Even the sorcerer cult's sect master revealed a deep sense of helplessness in his eyes. Li Chongqing was too powerful. He was so powerful that he couldn't think of any means that could hurt him. With the help of the witchcraft saber, he had already unleashed an attack that was equivalent to the peak of the Vajra realm. However, he still couldn't do anything to Li Chongqing. In the current world, a Vajra realm expert was already the highest level of power. Any higher and one would be a mystic realm expert. A mystic realm expert was known as a human immortal, which meant that he was an immortal among humans. 100 years ago there might still be some stories about human immortals. However, it had been 100 years since a human immortal had appeared in the world. The sorcerer cult's sect master suspected that there were probably no more human immortals in this world. However, Li Chongqing displayed a power that was close to that of a human immortal. How could he not be terrified? Just as Li Chongqing was about to finish off these people, the sorcerer cult's sect master and the higher-ups of the sorcerer cult all knelt on the ground. We overestimated ourselves and offended the heavens. Sir, please punish us. Looking at the sorcerer cult's sect master kneeling in front of him, Li Chongqing asked coldly, I killed your grand elder and 49 witchcraft soldiers. Don't you hate me anymore? The sorcerer cult's sect master hurriedly shook his head. Human immortals are inviolable. They deserved to die. You've changed your mind quite quickly. Li Chongqing snorted coldly. The sorcerer cult's sect master was so frightened that his body trembled. Please be merciful and spare my life. I'm willing to be your servant and be at your beck and call. Do you mean what you say? Li Chongqing asked coldly. There were more than 1,000 people in the sorcerer cult. Li Chongqing couldn't bear to kill all of them. After all, he wasn't a cold-blooded person who liked to kill. Of course. The sorcerer cult's sect master seemed to have seen the light as he nodded like a chick pecking at rice. All right, I can spare you, but you have to agree to a few of my requests. First, you are not allowed to casually capture people to refine shaman weapons. I know how you refine shaman weapons. If a Gu King is born from a few dozen people, how innocent would the sacrificed person be? Yes, I promise you that I won't use this evil technique again, the sorcerer god sect master said hurriedly. Secondly, release all the people who are going to refine wizard weapons and send them home. For now, I only have these 2 points. Apart from Fu Chongqing's matter, I came to the sorcerer cult this time for another matter. I want to borrow your sorcerer cult's place to cultivate. Upon hearing Li Chongqing's words, the witchcraft cult's master heaved a long sigh of relief. At the same time, he was vaguely vexed. If he had known that Li Chongqing was so strong and only wanted to borrow their sect's place to cultivate, he would never have opposed Li Chongqing even if he was beaten to death. If he had not opposed Li Chongqing, the wizard soldiers that he had painstakingly nurtured would not have died. Now that all the wizard soldiers were dead, and he had promised Li Chongqing that he would not use living people to refine wizard weapons, it would be difficult for him to reach his peak again. As if he could read the sect master's mind, Li Chongqing smiled faintly and said, "The wizard weapon refining method is an evil technique after all. Borrowing external forces will never be your own strength. As long as you perform well during this period, I can teach you a witchcraft sect's cultivation method. Although it might not allow you to reach the mysterious finger realm, it won't be a problem for you to break through to the Vajra realm." Upon hearing Li Chongqing's words, the sorcerer cult's sect master was elated. "Thank you, Mr. Li. I'll definitely go through a mountain of swords and a sea of flames for you. It's better to say less hypocritical words like this in the future. Just do more practical things." After saying that, Li Chongqing asked the few elders of the sorcerer cult to release the innocent people who had been captured. On the other hand, the sorcerer cult's sect master accompanied Li Chongqing to the back mountain of the sorcerer cult. "Mr. Li, is this the place where you're talking about the cultivation place?" the sorcerer cult's sect master asked in surprise. "There's an underground sorcerer aura here. After being converted by the formation, this kind of evil aura is very beneficial for cultivating the cultivation method of my cult. However, it's useless for other sections. In fact, it might even be harmful. Mr. Li, is the cultivation method that you're cultivating also similar to the sorcerer cult spell?" "You can say that," Li Chongqing replied casually. If one were to carefully trace his 9 revolutions of the divine demon, it seemed to be related to the ancient sorcerer tribe's body refining method. "Mr. Li, if you need to use the evil aura inside to cultivate, I'll take you to a place." The sorcerer cult's sect master brought Li Chongqing to the mountainside. Behind a huge rock, there was a cave that was 5 to 6 meters wide. Gray fog was surging in the cave, emitting traces of cold aura. It turned out to be sorcerer aura. "Mr. Li, this cave leads directly to the sorcerer aura below. You can cultivate next to this cave and extract a little sorcerer aura every day to temper your body. You can achieve twice the result with half the effort. The previous sect masters of the sorcerer cult have all cultivated this way." Li Chongqing nodded and his eyes lit up. Originally, this sorcerer aura was underground, and it would take a lot of effort to extract it. Now that there was a direct passage, it would save a lot of trouble. "Mr. Li, this sorcerer aura is extremely terrifying. When you cultivate, you must not be too close to this cave. Otherwise, it's easy to attract a large amount of sorcerer aura and damage your body." An ancestor of the sorcerer cult was too close to this cave because he didn't understand the horror of this sorcerer aura. As a result, the sorcerer aura invaded his body, and he eventually turned into a pool of pus and blood. Speaking of this, the sect master of the sorcerer cult had a look of lingering fear. The last time he cultivated next to this cave, his body was almost corroded by the sorcerer aura. Since then, he had been traumatized by this cave. Unexpectedly, after hearing his words, Li Chongqing didn't take it seriously at all. He took a few steps forward and sized up the cave. Then, he spoke with his back facing the sect master of the sorcerer cult. "I'll remember your credit this time. I'm going to cultivate in seclusion here. When I come out of seclusion, I'll teach you the witchcraft cultivation method that I promised you." After saying that, he took a step forward and jumped into the cave. "Mr. Li, you can't." The sect master of the sorcerer cult let out a cry of alarm, but unfortunately it was too late. He saw that Li Chongqing's figure had been quickly engulfed by the gray fog. "It's over. This Mr. Li is too young after all. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and is too reckless. Even the legendary land immortals can't withstand this sorcerer aura. This time I'm afraid he's dead. It's a pity that he's dead. The witchcraft cultivation method that he promised me is also gone." Chapter 444. What are you mumbling about? Just as the sorcerer cult's leader was lamenting about not being able to obtain the witchcraft cultivation method, he heard a slightly dissatisfied voice. He looked up and saw Li Chongqing, who had been swallowed by the fog, standing in the cave and frowning at him. He couldn't help but shiver and stutter. "Mr. Li, you're not dead?" No wonder the sorcerer cult's leader would ask this. The sorcery chi was too terrifying. Even a finger-profound realm powerhouse would have to suffer. The sorcerer cult's predecessors only dared to cultivate near the cave and didn't dare to get close. But now Li Chongqing was safe and sound. "How can a mere sorcery chi hurt me?" Li Chongqing snorted coldly. "Wait outside. I'll cultivate inside." Hearing Li Chongqing's words, the sorcerer cult's leader was shocked. The deeper he went into the cave, the thicker the sorcery chi was. "Mr. Li," he was just about to remind him. Li Chongqing's body disappeared into the fog again. This cave led directly to the sorcery chi vein below. Li Chongqing went all the way down and soon reached the end of the cave. In front of him, a river formed by the sorcery chi was flowing quietly. This was the sorcery chi vein. The sorcery chi was one of the 72 types of yin chi in the world. If it could be combined with the true dragon chi of the 36 types of yang chi, it would definitely allow the 9 revolutions of the celestial demon to advance by leaps and bounds. Li Chongqing didn't hesitate. He activated the 9 revolutions of the celestial demon and began to absorb the sorcery chi. With the activation of the indestructible celestial demon body, there was a loud bang. The sorcery chi river that was flowing quietly suddenly stirred up huge waves and rushed toward Li Chongqing's body. Li Chongqing didn't move at all. He let the sorcery chi river wash over his body. In an instant, he felt as if countless small steel needles had penetrated his skin and entered his meridians. However, when these steel needles entered his dantian, they were immediately absorbed and turned into the purest primordial chi, merging into his body. In the end, Li Chongqing directly jumped into the Witch Fiend River and bathed his body in the river water, absorbing it crazily. Gradually, a vague celestial demon statue appeared behind him. The moment the celestial demon statue appeared, a portion of sorcery chi was separated and integrated into the celestial demon statue, causing it to become more and more solid. It was visible to the naked eye that the entire river of witchcraft was showing signs of descending. "I've finally completed the second revolution of the 9 transformations of Fiend God," Li Chongqing muttered to himself as he closed his eyes and continued refining. Once the Fiend God avatar was fully formed, he would be able to break through to the 3rd revolution of the Fiend God avatar and cultivate the indestructible Fiend God body. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In the main hall of the sorcerer cult, the sorcerer cult master was sitting on the main seat. Below him were the higher-ups of the witchcraft cult and the eldest miss of the witchcraft cult, Suyu. "It's been half a month and Mr. Li still hasn't come out. I'm afraid he's already dead in the cave," the 3rd elder said. "Although Mr. Li's strength is valiant and close to that of an immortal, he's not an immortal after all. The sorcery chi is one of the 72 most powerful chi in the world. Even a finger-profound realm expert can't withstand it. It's impossible for him to withstand it. After the third elder said that, everyone nodded. Suyu also said, Father, I also think that Mr. Li is definitely dead. Hearing everyone's words, the sorcerer cult master sighed. How could he not think so too? When Li Chongqing had just entered, he was still hoping that Li Chongqing could come out unscathed. After all, even the sorcery chi at the entrance of the cave couldn't do anything to Li Chongqing. This also made him more confident in Li Chongqing. However, as the days passed, Li Chongqing still hadn't come out. He began to feel anxious. He thought about how the sorcery chi below the cave was a few hundred times denser than above. Li Chongqing could withstand the erosion of the sorcery chi at the entrance, but he might not be able to withstand the dense sorcery chi inside. Now that half a month had passed, everyone in the witchcraft cult, including the sorcerer cult master himself, no longer had much hope in Li Chongqing. Perhaps Mr. Li can create a miracle? The sorcerer cult master sighed. As soon as he said that, a subordinate ran in a panic and reported, Cult Master, the people from the Heaven Witchcraft Cult are here. Upon hearing the words Heaven Witchcraft Cult, everyone in the hall had a grim expression. The Miaojiang was the place where the witchcraft sect preached. The witchcraft cult was only a side branch of the witchcraft sect. Apart from the witchcraft cult, there were many other witchcraft sects. The Heaven Witchcraft Cult was one of these martial Dao sects, and they had always been at odds with the witchcraft cult. What are the people from the Heaven Witchcraft Cult doing here? The sorcerer cult master was about to stand up when he suddenly heard a series of footsteps. Then, a dozen people rushed in. The leader was a woman who looked to be in her 20s. She was dressed in white and was very beautiful, but there was a hint of murderous aura between her brows. Beside the woman was an old man who was accompanying her. The old man had a respectful look on his face. After seeing the old man, the sorcerer cult master immediately stood up and said coldly, So it's the sect master of the Heaven Witchcraft Cult, Luo Sang. Why are you here instead of staying in your headquarters? The witchcraft cult doesn't welcome you. Hearing the sorcerer cult master's words, the old man laughed out loud and said, Sect master of the witchcraft cult, you're in big trouble. Don't you know that? What do you mean? The sorcerer cult master frowned. The witchcraft cult and the Heaven Witchcraft Cult were similar in strength. The two sects often had conflicts, but neither could do anything to the other. Now, the sect master of the Heaven Witchcraft Cult, Luo Sang, dared to come to the headquarters of the witchcraft cult. This was very unusual. The sorcerer cult master couldn't help but frown. Sect master of the witchcraft cult, the witchcraft cult master relies on teaching witchcraft soldiers to improve your strength, but you're too bold. How dare you capture the sister of the dancing butterfly saintess? You really don't know what's good for you. At this moment, a little girl walked out of the crowd. It was the little girl who was disguised as a man and was captured together with Li Chongqing. However, she had changed back into her female clothes and looked even more beautiful. Who is she? The sorcerer cult master looked at his daughter, Su Yu, in confusion. Su Yu said in a low voice, That bastard with the surname, he captured her, but we've already released her 10 days ago, according to Mr. Li's instructions. At this moment, the woman in the lead said coldly, How dare you imprison my sister? I don't think the witchcraft cult needs to exist in this world from now on. As soon as the other party spoke, Su Yu immediately snorted and said, Even if she's your sister, we've already released her. What else do you want? Besides, the witchcraft cult has stood tall in Miaojiang for hundreds of years. How can you destroy it just like that? Who do you think you are? She's Yu Jiewu, the saintess of the Tianxian Holy Land, one of the 6 great holy lands of Miaojiang. The Heaven Witchcraft Cult Master Luo Sang sneered. Hearing the words Tianxian Holy Land, the entire hall fell into silence. Everyone in the witchcraft cult had a look of fear on their faces. Chapter 445. As soon as Yu Jiewu finished speaking, the entire witchcraft cult fell into silence. No one spoke. Yu Jiewu wanted to destroy the witchcraft cult. She didn't put the witchcraft cult in her eyes at all. She was extremely arrogant. However, the name Tianxian Holy Land was too famous. The 100,000 Miaojiang was one of the 6 holy lands. It was the main branch of the witchcraft cult. A branch like the witchcraft cult couldn't compare to it. To put it bluntly, with the strength of the Tianxian Holy Land, any one of their elders could beat the witchcraft cult's leader. If the witchcraft cult and the Tianxian Holy Land went to war, the entire cult would be destroyed in less than half a day. Therefore, Su Yu, who was still unconvinced, completely gave up. She had no choice but to lower her head and swallow her anger. So it's the holy maiden of the Tianxian Holy Land. The witchcraft cult's leader walked down from his seat to welcome her. Who would have thought that Yu Jiewu would only snort softly and coldly say, "You captured my younger sister and made her into a shaman weapon. Although you let my younger sister go in the end, you still have to punish her. I, Yu Jiewu, am not a ruthless person. I've heard that your sorcerer school is very famous for its sorcerer weapon refinement method. Give me the sorcerer school's cultivation method and 300 sorcerer weapons." Yu Jiewu's words made the witchcraft cult's leader's face turn bitter. It wasn't impossible for him to give away the witchcraft weapon refining method, but 300 witchcraft weapons would cost him his life. One had to know that he had only accumulated 49 witchcraft weapons in half his life. 300 witchcraft weapons would take away most of the witchcraft cult's witchcraft weapons. Moreover, someone like Yu Jiewu would definitely want witchcraft generals. In this way, the witchcraft cult's strength would be reduced by at least 70%. This was simply taking away the firewood from under the cauldron. He couldn't help but look at the Heaven Witchcraft cult's leader, Luo Sang, who was standing beside Yu Jiewu. Sure enough, Luo Sang had a cold smile on his face. Obviously, this idea was his. Without witchcraft weapons, the witchcraft cult wouldn't be a match for the Heaven Witchcraft cult. In the future, they would have to live in fear. Ruthless, this was too ruthless. But how could he refuse? If he didn't agree, he might not be able to get past Yu Jiewu today. What? Does this make things difficult for you? It's fine if you refuse. Our witchcraft sect speaks with our strength. As long as anyone from your witchcraft sect is stronger than me, I'll turn around and leave immediately. Anyone will do. Yu Jiewu's words fell. The master of the witchcraft cult's face turned even darker. Although he had never seen Yu Jiewu before, he had heard of the prowess of the Saint Lady of the Tianxian Sacred Land. She was already at the peak stage of the innate realm at such a young age. Moreover, she had the ability to fight across realms and could even defeat an early-stage Vajra realm martial artist. It was said that she had many powerful artifacts on her. With the support of these artifacts, no one would be a match for her unless they were at the mid-stage of the Vajra realm. If the 49 wizard soldiers were still here, the master of the witchcraft cult might be able to fight with her. Although the chances of winning were slim, there was still hope. But now, those shaman weapons had been destroyed by Li Changsheng. If he fought with Yu Jiewu, he wouldn't even be able to block a single attack. If he, the sect master, was already like this, then the gap between the other members of the witch god cult and Yu Jiewu was like that between ants and an elephant. In the main hall, the people of the witch god cult fell into silence. They felt a deep sense of powerlessness in their hearts. They couldn't make up for the gap in strength. Yu Jiewu snorted coldly and shook her head. I don't understand the meaning of the existence of side sects like you. You don't even have a single expert. You're a disgrace to the witch sect. Master of the witch god cult, hurry up and hand over the 300 wizard soldiers. Otherwise, when the army of the Tianxian Sacred Land arrives, we'll completely erase your cult from the world. Yu Jiewu's tone was full of arrogance and disdain. The master of the witch god cult lowered his head and didn't speak. His face had already turned purple. Saint Lady, let me tell you, the witch god cult needs to be taught a lesson. You've already given them a chance, but none of them dared to accept the challenge. They're not willing to hand over the wizard soldiers, either. Let's just flatten them. The master of the Heaven Witchcraft cult, Luo Sang, added fuel to the fire. The people of the Witch God cult wished they could swallow him alive. However, no matter how much hatred they had to admit that the Witch God cult didn't have any experts at all. Neither accepting the challenge nor handing over the wizard soldiers. Does the Witch God cult really think that I have a good temper? Yu Jiewu frowned. She had lost her patience and was about to lose her temper. At that moment, a voice was heard. The Witch God cult has already released the prisoners and promised not to capture ordinary people to make wizard soldiers in the future. Why do you have to be so aggressive? As the voice was heard, everyone turned around. They saw a figure standing at the door. It was Li Chongxing, who had been cultivating in the Witch Spirit Mountain for half a month. It's Mr. Li. He's not dead. The master of the Witch God cult suddenly raised his head. His eyes were filled with surprise. Li Chongxing's appearance seemed to have given the people of the Witch God cult hope. Oh my God! Are my eyes playing tricks on me? He actually came out alive after entering the Witch Spirit Mountain? Su Yu also opened her mouth wide. In fact, none of the members of the witchcraft cult thought that Li Chongxing would be able to make it out alive. The land of witchcraft was notorious for its dangers, and only a few people could survive. However, Li Chongxing had created a miracle. You are? Yu Jiewu couldn't help but frown. I'm Li Chongxing. Li Chongxing said lightly. Then, he strode in and stood in front of Yu Jiewu. Didn't you say that as long as the people of the Witch God cult defeated you, you would spare them? Then, let me exchange a few moves with you. Li Chongxing said lightly. Although he wasn't a member of the sorcerer cult, the sorcerer cult needed the help of the sorcerer meridian to cultivate. Now that he had absorbed all the sorcerer meridian and had broken through, he naturally had to compensate for it. Helping the Witch God cult to survive a disaster was one of the compensations. Yu Jiewu frowned slightly and glanced at Li Chongxing. In her eyes, Li Chongxing didn't have the powerful aura of a cultivator at all. He looked more like an ordinary person. However, the fact that he dared to stand out and accept the challenge made her a little more curious. There are really people in the Witch God cult who aren't afraid of death. Can you do it? Yu Jiewu coldly smiled and suddenly raised her jade-like hand to attack Li Chongxing without any warning. Sister, don't attack. At this time, the beautiful girl exclaimed. Yu Jiewu's hand stopped 3 centimeters away from Li Chongxing's throat. Daimeng, why did you stop me? Yu Jiewu turned her head and looked at her sister in confusion. Sister, the person who saved me in the prison is him, so please don't hurt him. Hearing her sister's words, Yu Jiewu took back her hand and looked at Li Chongxing. Brat, you're lucky to have come back alive. If my sister had spoken a second later, you would have been a corpse. Chapter 446. Hearing her words, Li Chongxing just smiled and didn't say anything. If the little girl hadn't shouted to stop just now, when her fingers touched his throat, he could guarantee that this delicate cold-faced beauty's arm would have been crushed into a pile of powder. He had just broken through to the 3rd stage of the Fiend God transformation and was worried about not having a place to test the power of the Fiend God indestructible body. We meet again. The little girl walked to Li Chongxing and said with a smile. My name is Yu Daimeng, and this is my sister, Yu Daiwu. My sister has been a disciple of the Tianxian Holy Land and just came back 2 days ago. She heard about what happened to me and came to avenge me. I didn't expect Big Brother to join the witchcraft cult. The little girl was obviously very close to Li Chongxing. Since you've saved my sister and you're a member of the sorcerer cult, I won't pursue the matter regarding the sorcerer cult anymore. Yu Daiwu said coldly. Next to her, the leader of the Heaven Witchcraft cult, Luo Sang, was a little anxious. Saintess, are you going to let the witchcraft cult off just like that? Why, do you have a problem with that? Yu Dai-Wu glanced at her, and Luo Sang immediately shrank her neck in fear. Sister, we should go. The Elixir Festival of the Witchcraft Sect will be held in 7 days. At that time, I will definitely get you a marrow cleansing pill and help you embark on the path of cultivation. Okay. Yu Dai-Meng looked at Li Chongqing reluctantly. Wait a minute. At this moment, Li Chongqing suddenly spoke. What is the Elixir Festival for? The Elixir Festival is a festival held once every 10 years in the witchcraft sect. Each sect will collect all kinds of precious medicinal materials and refined elixirs to auction. Every elixir festival will have a few rare treasures, especially in the last one. A spirit-gathering pill was sold at a sky-high price. An elder who had been in the innate realm for many years took that pill and broke through to the Vajra realm on the spot. Before Yu Dai-Wu could speak, the leader of the no-god cult explained in a low voice. I see. Then I will also participate. Hearing Li Chongqing's words, Yu Dai-Wu immediately shot him a sharp look. Brat, don't push your luck. You saved my sister's life, and I spared the witchcraft cult. Don't even think about it if you want me to bring you to the Elixir Conference. Who said I want you to take me there? Can't I go by myself? As he spoke, he looked at the witchcraft cult's sect leader. Your witchcraft cult is also a branch of the witchcraft sect, so you must be qualified to participate in this Elixir Pill Festival. Of course I have the qualifications, but, before he could finish, he was coldly interrupted by Yu Dai-Wu. However, the witchcraft cult is just a small cult. This Elixir Conference is a gathering of experts, and it will be a bloody event. I am the Holy Maiden of the Tianxian Holy Land. Naturally, no one dares to have any ideas about me. However, with your little witchcraft cult, if you go there and just watch, it's fine. But if you bid for the treasures, do you think you can leave here alive? I see. Li Chongqing nodded and looked at the eldest daughter of the sorcerer cult, Su Yu. Accompany me to the Grand Alchemy meeting. Yes. Su Yu hurriedly nodded. In fact, she was also looking forward to the Grand Alchemy meeting, but because the witchcraft cult wasn't strong enough in the Miaojiang, she didn't dare to go there. However, Li Chongqing was different. Since he could defeat her father, even if Li Chongqing wasn't at the Vajra realm, he was close to it. A Vajra realm martial expert had already stepped into the top ranks in the entire Miaojiang. Humph! What a reckless brat! Yu Dai-Wu snorted and grabbed her younger sister's hand. Daimeng, let's go. If he wants to court death, let him go. It's fine as long as he doesn't follow us. After speaking, the group of people left in a grandiose manner. As time was tight, Li Chongqing and the others didn't delay. They quickly packed their things, prepared 2 horses, and set off. The Miaojiang was full of rugged mountain roads, and it was difficult for cars to travel. Horses became the main means of transportation. There was only one road from the witchcraft cult to the Martial Saint Mountain, where the Grand Alchemy meeting was held, so Li Chongqing and the others followed behind Yu Dai-Wu and the others. This brat is really sneaky. If he follows behind us when we reach the Martial Saint Mountain, people from other sects will definitely think that he's with us. They'll be benefiting from it. The Heaven Witchcraft Cult Master, Luo Sang, said indignantly. Yu Dai-Wu looked back at Li Chongqing and the others who were walking behind her, and a trace of displeasure flashed in her eyes. However, she didn't say anything. Instead, Yu Daimeng deliberately stopped the horse and chatted with Li Chongqing for a while. After her sister impatiently shouted a few times, she made a face at Li Chongqing and returned to her team. After walking for a while, they finally arrived at the foot of the Martial Saint Mountain on the 7th day. The Martial Saint Mountain was the tallest mountain in the Miaojiang, and it was also the holy land of the witchcraft sect. It was said that the first great witch of the witchcraft sect was born here and established the witchcraft sect. At the foot of the Martial Saint Mountain, Yu Dai-Wu, who had been unhappy with Li Chongqing for the past few days, directly walked over and said coldly, "From now on, you have to keep your distance from my sister. Don't think that just because you saved my sister, you can use my name to intimidate others. If you accidentally offend someone here, I will not care about you. Do you understand? Hearing the other party's words, Li Chongqing smiled and shook his head. When did I say I want you to care? Don't think too highly of yourself. What did you say? Yu Jiewu suddenly raised her eyebrows, revealing a sharp light. Brat, please pay attention to your words. If it weren't for the fact that you helped my sister, I would have cut off your tongue for what you just said. Fortunately, you have a good sister. Li Chongqing shook his head and turned to walk in another direction. What do you mean by that? Yu Jiewu's eyes revealed a fierce light, but at the same time she was a little confused. How should she put it? She had a feeling that she couldn't see through Li Chongqing. In her eyes, Li Chongqing's cultivation was ordinary, and there was nothing special about him. However, Li Chongqing didn't seem to put her in his eyes, which made her very unhappy. At the same time, she was curious where Li Chongqing's confidence came from. Could it be that he was a hidden expert? But that day, her palm was clearly close to his throat, and he didn't even react. At such a short distance, even a Vajra realm martial expert couldn't block her attack. She couldn't see through him, and she couldn't understand him. In the end, Yu Jiewu shook her head. He's just a person who doesn't know the difference between life and death, trying to mystify things. Yu Jiewu left in a huff. Soon, the sound of drums could be heard on the martial Saint Mountain. Many figures gathered in the sky, and the Elixir Conference had officially begun. Chapter 447. As the drums sounded on the top of the Saint Martial Mountain, a dense crowd gathered from all directions, and the foot of the mountain immediately became lively. Moreover, as famous figures appeared one after another, it caused waves of exclamations. Look! Fang Han of the 100 Refinement sect is here. This Fang Han is the #1 true disciple of the 100 Refinement sect. It is said that he has already reached the peak of the Khanate realm. 2 months ago, he defeated the Vajra realm eldest senior brother, who was ranked first on the shocking wave list, in the sect's grand competition and successfully advanced to the #1 true disciple of the 100 Refinement sect. He is a ruthless character. That is Zhuo Wuhan of the Blood Shadow sect. He is dressed in white and is really handsome. It would be great if I could marry him and be Wuhan. Many female disciples let out infatuated voices. Li Chongqing could not help but shake his head when he heard that. It seemed that whether it was the cultivation world or the secular world, there was no lack of such brainless fans. That is Fairy Qinglan of the Cloud Clarity Sacred Ground. She is so beautiful. I'm afraid Chang Yi of the Moon Palace is only SOSO. If Zhuo Wuhan of the Blood Shadow sect was the Prince Charming in the hearts of the female disciples, then Fairy Qinglan of the Cloud Clarity Sacred Ground was the Snow Lotus in the hearts of the male disciples present. Almost all of the young generation of the 6 great sacred grounds had come for this Elixir Grand Meet. The decennial Elixir Grand Meet was also a stage for the young generation of Miaojiang to showcase themselves. Whoever could suppress the young disciples of the 6 great sacred grounds and win the championship would not only obtain supreme glory, but would also become a heavyweight in the division of interests between the various sects in the next 10 years. The Elixir Grand Meet was a grand meet for the young generation, but no one knew who would be the final winner. Along the way, the crowd at the foot of the mountain discussed animatedly. Mr. Li, in my opinion, although the 6 great sacred grounds are full of talents, there are only a few who can stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Only Chun Ding of the Dragon God Temple is slightly qualified. Su Yu said. She had a particularly deep impression of Li Chongqing. Her father and 49 witch soldiers could not even block a single blow from Li Chongqing. In the entire Miaojiang, Li Chongqing could be ranked among the top. However, just as she finished speaking, Yu Jiewu, who was walking not far from them, snorted in disdain and said, I advise you to be careful with your words. Chunding is a cultivation genius that only appears once in 1,000 years in Miaojiang. Even I admit that I'm inferior to him. How can he be compared to Chunding? Also, Chunding has many admirers in Miaojiang. If his admirers hear this, you will suffer. Hearing Yu Diawu's words, although Su Yu was instinctively afraid of her, but because Li Chongxing was beside her, she was still unconvinced. Mr. Li's supernatural powers are unparalleled. I'm already praising Chunding by saying that he can be compared to Mr. Li. As for you, it's because Mr. Li disdains to pay attention to you. Otherwise, do you really think you're a match for Mr. Li? Hearing Su Yu's words, Yu Daiwu was so angry that her eyes almost spat out fire. But before Yu Diawu could get angry, a cold voice came from the side. Where did this reckless thing come from? You dare to compare senior brother Chunding with this nameless person, really presumptuous. A young man in a red Taoist robe walked out, followed by a group of people who were wearing the same clothes as him. He is Tao Jin of Scarlet Yang sect. There was a burst of discussion from the crowd. This Tao Jin is a famous disciple of Scarlet Yang sect. His brother Tao Qian is said to have broken through to the peak of innate 3 months ago and was conferred as the disciple of Scarlet Yang sect. It is said that this Tao Jin and Chunding of Dragon Spirit Temple hit it off at first sight. Their relationship is very good. This little girl spoke ill of Chunding behind his back and was heard by Tao Jin. This time, she will inevitably be taught a lesson. Sure enough, Tao Jin took a step forward, pointed at Su Yu and said, "Kneel down immediately and slap her 20 times. Hearing the discussion of the people around, Su Yu already knew the identity of the other party. People from Scarlet Yang sect of the 6 Great Holy Lands were not people she could afford to offend. Especially when the other party's sharp eyes stared at her, it made her have a suffocating feeling. She couldn't help but regret that she didn't watch her mouth when she spoke just now. Su Yu hesitated and bit her lips. In her view, although Li Chongxing could already enter the ranks of Miaojiang's top experts, but there was Scarlet Yang sect behind the other party. There were many experts in Scarlet Yang sect, and she was just a temporary guide chosen by Li Chongxing. Presumably, Li Chongxing would not offend Scarlet Yang sect for her. Kneeling in front of so many people, this was definitely a humiliating thing for her, the dignified eldest miss of the witchcraft cult. It was just that she couldn't afford to offend the 6 Great Holy Lands of Miaojiang. When Su Yu was about to kneel down, she suddenly heard Li Chongxing said faintly, "Su Yu is my person. Have you asked my opinion to let my person kneel down?" When these words came out, everyone present was stunned. This Tao Jin was not only backed by Scarlet Yang sect, one of the 6 Great Holy Lands, but he was also a Xiantian expert. Li Chongxing actually spoke at this time. In the eyes of everyone, this was simply audacious. Sure enough, Tao Jin's face immediately became gloomy. "Just now, your maidservant spoke rudely. I haven't found trouble with you yet, but you dare to stand up for her. You also kneel down for me." After Tao Jin finished speaking, he took a step forward. A terrifying aura rose from his body and pressed down on Li Chongxing like a tsunami. This was the power of a Xiantian expert. Although he didn't really make a move, anyone below the Xiantian realm would definitely not be able to withstand it. Many people subconsciously took a few steps back, keeping a distance from Li Chongxing. "Big sister, you have to help him." Yu Daiming saw that the other party was about to attack Li Chongxing and hurriedly pulled Yu Diawu's sleeve. Her voice had a hint of pleading. Although Yu Diawu didn't like Li Chongxing, she still loved her sister. She took a step forward and was about to speak when she suddenly saw Li Chongxing take a step forward. His body turned into an afterimage as he rushed towards Tao Jin. Seeing this scene, Yu Diawu couldn't help but sigh. She said to her sister, "Daiming, it's not that I don't want to help him, but Scarlet Yang sect is one of the 6 Great Holy Lands of the Miaojiang. This Li Chongxing dares to act recklessly and offend the dignity of Scarlet Yang sect. If I help him, it means that Scarlet Yang sect is shielding him. If this causes a rift between the two sects, then I deserve to die." Hearing her sister's words, Yu Daiming suddenly became anxious. But what should we do? At this time, seeing Li Chongxing rushing towards him, Tao Jin coldly snorted, "You're courting death." He casually raised his palm to meet the attack. However, he thought that his palm would be enough to block Li Chongxing. The moment it came into contact with Li Chongxing's fist, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Then, his arm was directly blown away. By the time he reacted, the thunder-like fist had already smashed into his chest. Gotcha! Tao Jin directly retreated 7 or 8 steps and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, the entire mountainside fell into silence. Tao Jin, a Xiantian expert, was pushed back with one move. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Chapter 448. Among the crowd, the one who was most shocked was Yu Diawu. Tao Jin was a Xiantian master, but he had been beaten by Li Chongxing to the point of vomiting blood. Along the way, she had only regarded Li Chongxing as a weakling, but now she knew how wrong she had been. Tao Jin had been injured by Li Chongxing's punch. He clutched his chest and looked at Li Chongxing with fear. Then, with the support of his junior apprentice brothers, he limped down the mountain, not daring to walk with Li Chongxing. Li Chongxing turned a blind eye to the shocked gazes of the people around him and walked directly to the top of the mountain. Su Yu obediently followed beside Li Chongxing. Although Li Chongxing was a man of few words along the way, at this moment, looking at his back, Su Yu's heart was filled with a sense of security. It wasn't until Li Chongxing disappeared from everyone's line of sight that there was an uproar. Yu Diawu's complexion changed for a moment. She coldly snorted and said, "What's there to be proud of? Tao Jin is only at the middle Xiantian realm. I can also beat him to the point of vomiting blood in one move." As she spoke, she also walked towards the top of the mountain. At the top of the mountain, when Li Chongxing walked up with Su Yu, many people had already gathered. The young heavens prides of heaven from the 6 great sects were all sitting on the high platform. The others weren't qualified to sit, they could only stand. According to convention, the Pill Summit would be held for 3 days, and all kinds of treasures would be auctioned on the top of the mountain. As for those pills that weren't high enough, they weren't qualified to be auctioned. They could only wait until the end of the Pill Summit and then set up stalls at the foot of the mountain to sell them. Therefore, a strange phenomenon occurred. During the 3 days of the Pill Summit, it often wasn't as lively as after the Pill Summit ended. This was because those who could afford to buy things on the auction stage weren't ordinary people. After the Pill Summit ended, the things that were sold at the stalls were things that ordinary cultivators could afford. Li Chongxing casually found a rock and sat down. Soon, he saw Yu Diawu and her sister come up. When Yu Yumeng saw Li Chongxing here, she ran over with a face full of joy. As the holy maiden of the 6 great sects, Yu Diawu had a seat on the stage. Because the auction hadn't officially started yet, she followed her younger sister. "I didn't expect you to hide your strength. I underestimated you. But I still have to remind you that Tao Jin's brother, Tao Qian, is the next candidate for the sect master of the Danyang sect. Since you beat his brother, you'd better go down the mountain as soon as possible. Otherwise, when Tao Qian comes, he won't let you go easily." "It's just Tao Qian." Li Chongxing curled his lips in disdain. "When he comes, if he dares to cause trouble for me, I'll slap him flat." "How arrogant! Tao Qian's strength is not something you can imagine." Yu Diawu coldly snorted. Just as he was about to tell his sister to leave, his body suddenly trembled, and a cold smile appeared on his face. "Surnamed Li, Tao Qian is here. Good luck to you." Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, a group of people walked over aggressively. The leader was a young man in his late 20s, who looked 70% similar to Tao Jin. "Brother, he's the one who beat me." Tao Jin stood out from behind his brother, Tao Qian, and pointed at Li Chongxing and said loudly. As the outstanding successor of the Danyang sect, one of the 6 great sacred lands, Tao Qian's appearance caused a sensation. When he arrived in front of Li Chongxing in a threatening manner, even the successors of the various sacred lands on the high platform turned to look at him. "What's going on?" Fang Han of the 100 Refinement sect, who was dressed in black, asked a follower standing behind him. His follower was also a core disciple of the 100 Refinement sect and had extraordinary strength. However, he was willing to be Fang Han's subordinate because Fang Han was the eldest senior brother of the 100 Refinement sect and was destined to inherit the position of sect master of the 100 Refinement sect. He was like the crown prince of a country. Reporting to senior brother Fang, "I just asked around and that person seems to have beaten up Tao Qian's younger brother, Tao Jin. Tao Jin's strength is not bad. Being able to defeat him means that the kid has some strength. However, Tao Qian is very protective. I'm afraid that kid is going to be unlucky." Fang Han was not the only one. Even Zhuo Wuhan of the Blood Shadow sect and Fairy Qinglan of the Cloud Clarity Sacred Ground understood the whole story and watched everything with interest. This kid was able to defeat Tao Jin. I wonder which sect he is from? It seems that he knows Yudiewu. Fairy Qinglan of the Cloud Clarity Sacred Ground had a beautiful face. She sat there like a fairy who was untainted by the mortal world. At this moment, she was also interested in Li Chongxing. "Reporting to eldest miss, I've asked around. He seems to be from the witchcraft cult. His name is Li Chongxing. The witchcraft cult is just a branch of the witchcraft sect. It's not simple to have such a person." Fairy Qinglan smiled and said to the old man behind her, "Uncle Kong, if possible, save his life later. It just so happens that my father needs a servant to do chores. If we save him in danger, he will be very loyal." "Yes." The old man behind her nodded. At this moment, a group of disciples of the Danyang sect had already surrounded Li Chongxing. The people who were originally standing next to Li Chongxing had already hidden far away, for fear of being implicated. Tao Qian looked at Yu Diewu who was standing next to him. "Junior sister Yu, is this kid one of your men?" "Sister, help him." Yu Daiming tugged at her sister's sleeve. However, Yu Diewu still shook her head. "No, he's just an arrogant guy in the witchcraft cult. He has nothing to do with me." "In that case, I have no scruples." Tao Qian smiled. Yu Diewu was the saintess of the Tianxian Holy Land. Although Tao Qian was the next sect master of the Danyang sect, he didn't want to become enemies with Yu Diewu. Hearing that Yu Diewu had nothing to do with Li Chongxing, he heaved a sigh of relief. "Sister, why do you say that?" Yu Daiming let go of Yu Diewu's arm, tears welling up in her eyes. "Sigh." Yu Diewu sighed. "Younger sister, elder sister also has her own difficulties. You can't let elder sister be punished by the sect for an unrelated person, right?" At this moment, Tao Qian looked at Li Chongxing with a cold smile. "Kid, you even dared to touch my brother. I think you're courting death. Little Jean, go and give him 100 slaps. Don't worry, I'll support you. If he dares to fight back, I'll kill him." "Okay." Tao Jin's eyes were filled with hatred as he strode toward Li Chongxing. "Kid, you dared to hit me just now. Now, I'll let you know the consequences of hitting me." With a smile on his face, he clenched his fist and suddenly swung it toward Li Chongxing's face. Yu Daiming couldn't help but turn her head to the side. The surrounding people looked on as if they were watching a good show. This was destined to be a humiliating scene. Facing the Danyang sect, one of the 6 great holy lands, no one thought that Li Chongxing would dare to fight back. Chapter 449. This kid is so pitiful. He offended the Elixir Sun sects Tao Jin and Tao Qian. His face is going to be slapped swollen. On the high platform, the number 1 core disciple of 100 Refinement sect, Fong Han, sneered. But who can he blame? He overestimated himself and hit Tao Jin. Tao Jin and Tao Qian are close brothers. It's only right for the older brother to take revenge after hitting his younger brother. Blood Shadow Sect's Zhuo Wuhan shook his head. Let this kid learn a lesson first. We'll help him when he's in despair. I'm sure he'll remember it better. Fairy Qinglan instructed the old man behind her. Yes, young mistress. The old man nodded. At that moment, Tao Jin's palm was already slapping towards Li Chongqing's cheek. Under everyone's gaze, the palm was about to touch Li Chongqing's cheek. Boom! Li Chongqing suddenly reached out and grabbed Tao Jin's wrist before twisting it with all his might. Crack! The sound of bones cracking could be heard from Tao Jin's arm. Go! Before Tao Jin could react, Li Chongqing's other hand cut through the air and landed on his chest. Tao Jin's body was sent flying and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Li Chongqing slowly stood up. Even though the wind blew at his clothes, there was no change in his expression. It was as if he had just done something insignificant. Hiss! Everyone's expression changed. No one thought that Li Chongqing would dare to fight back. You're courting death. Tao Qian, who was initially smiling, suddenly had a crazy killing intent in his eyes. However, before he could react, he saw Li Chongqing raise his hand. Tao Jin, who had been sent flying by him, seemed to be pulled by an invisible force. He was instantly sucked back in and grabbed by the throat. This time, even Tao Qian's expression changed as he hollered, "Kid, let go of my brother immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." The surrounding spectators also stared at Li Chongqing. What is he trying to do by grabbing Tao Jin's throat in front of Tao Qian? Brat, I'm going to tear you to pieces. Tao Jin's eyes were still filled with resentment as Li Chongqing clutched his throat. Kill me if you have the guts. Really? This time, Li Chongqing did not waste his breath. His palm gradually tightened. Tao Jin was picked up from the ground by him. Tao Jin's face was getting more and more purple, and his eyes were getting bigger and bigger. Release him. Tao Qian took a step forward. He was no longer calm. However, the only response he got was a crack. The crisp sound made everyone's heart feel as if it had been struck hard. Tao Qian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He saw Li Chongqing suddenly loosen his grip, and Tao Qian's body fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open, and it was obvious that he had lost all signs of life. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. He killed Tao Jin in front of Tao Qian just like that. Tao Qian was seething with anger. Brat, I'm going to tear you to pieces. As soon as he finished speaking, he punched out. Boundless flames appeared out of thin air and whizzed towards Li Chongqing. The Danyang sect practiced fire spells. They could burn everything with a mouthful of true fire. As the first true disciple of the Danyang sect, Tao Qian's strength was naturally not to be underestimated. As soon as this fire-controlling spell was used, everyone in the field nodded one after another. At that time in the capital, Fu Chongqing of the witchcraft cult also used fire-controlling spells. However, he only used chemicals to ignite flames. Compared with Tao Qian's fire-controlling spell, it was many times worse. Many people stared at the field when this punch was thrown out. They also wanted to see how Li Chongqing would deal with it. Since you want to avenge your brother, I'll send you and your brother to reunite in the underworld. Tao Qian threw out a punch with great momentum, but Li Chongqing just casually raised his hand to meet it. This guy is really crazy. That flame can melt steel into a mass of liquid. He dares to block it without any weapon. Yu Diawu shook her head. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Yu Daimeng, who was next to her, was so scared that her face turned pale. The scorching temperature of the flame could be felt from a few meters away. It was not something that could be blocked by flesh and blood. At that moment, there was a loud bang as the flame hit Li Chongqing's fist. Li Chongqing's clothes were instantly burned to ashes, revealing his jade-like skin. The flame attached to his skin, but it could not hurt him at all. In the next moment, the whistling fist force went along Li Chongqing's arm and spewed out from his fist. The terrifying flame was directly rolled back by the fist force. Seeing that his attack had been countered, Tao Qian waved his hands and took back the flame in his hand. However, in the next moment, the whistling fist force directly shattered the defense in front of him and smashed into his lower abdomen. Bang! The first true disciple of the Danyang sect was sent flying. Before he could land on the ground, Li Chongqing took 3 steps forward and rushed past him, brushing against the ground. When the other party's body fell to the ground, he punched out again. The fist force went through the other party's lower abdomen and penetrated his body, blasting a transparent hole in his body. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the other party's body split into 2 and blood splattered in the sky. At that moment, the entire mountain top was silent. Only the breeze that blew by mixed with the smell of blood drifted into everyone's nostrils. Yu Diewu, who originally thought that Li Chongqing was dead for sure, widened her eyes in disbelief. On the high platform, Fairy Qinglan, who was ready to ask the old man next to her to save her at any time, as well as Fang Han of the 100 Refinement sect, Zhuowuhan of the Blood Shadow sect, and other young talents, fell into a long silence. Shocking, it was too shocking. Tao Qian was the first disciple of the Danyang sect, and was not inferior to Fang Han, Zhuowuhan, and the others. However, he was killed by Li Chongqing in 2 moves. Didn't this mean that even if Fang Han, Zhuowuhan, and the others attacked, they would end up the same way? The battle of the younger generation that occurs once every 10 years has always been the stage of the 6 great sacred lands. Is the witchcraft sect going to take the lead this year? Fang Han sighed. Although he was unwilling to admit it, the truth was right in front of him. With his strength, I'm afraid only that person can compete with him. Fairy Qinglan muttered to herself. The people next to her naturally knew who she was talking about. Chun Ding of the Dragon Sacred Hall, the number 1 person of the younger generation of the 100,000 Miaojiang. He always appeared at the end of the battle and had yet to appear. 3 years ago, I followed the elders of the sect to visit the Dragon Sacred Hall and sparred with Chun Ding. Zhuowuhan said slowly. The surrounding people pricked up their ears. Although Chun Ding was recognized as the number 1 person of the younger generation, no one knew how much his strength had improved. In the end, he defeated me in only 3 moves. Zhuowuhan smiled bitterly. He still felt a little dazed when he thought of that battle, as if he was in a dream. He had lost inexplicably. Who is stronger between Chun Ding and Li Chongqing? Fairy Qinglan asked in a pleasant voice. This was also something that everyone present was curious about. Originally, Chun Ding should be on par with Li Chongqing. However, I received news that Chun Ding broke through to the Vajra realm 3 days ago. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's face was filled with shock. The younger generation was proud. Although Chun Ding was stronger than the other Sky Prides, as long as they broke through to the Vajra realm in advance, they could still compete with him. I didn't expect him to be 1 step ahead again. I'm afraid the gap between us will be widened. Fang Han sighed. Chun Ding and Tao Jin of the Danyang sect were close friends. This kid killed the Tao Jin brothers. I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle. As soon as Zhuowuhan finished speaking, a figure appeared in the sky, like a fighter jet streaking across the sky, approaching quickly. On the top of the mountain, countless people looked in the direction of the sky with awe. The number 1 Sky Pride of the Dragon's Sacred Hall, Chun Ding, is finally here. Chapter 450. Chun Ding, the top genius of Dragon Temple, appeared, and everyone focused their attention on him. Chun Ding's name was too famous in Miaojiang. Zhuowuhan, Fang Han, Fairy Qinglan, I'm really sorry that I'm late. Chen Ding landed directly on the high platform from the sky. He was dressed in green and was not as good-looking as Zhuo Wuhan from Blood Shadow Sect. However, he had a domineering aura, as if he was destined to lead a group of people. This was the legendary aura of a king. After Chen Ding finished speaking, he glanced at the crowd in the arena and frowned. He asked in confusion, "Junior brothers Tao Qian and Tao Jin from Danyang sect haven't arrived yet?" As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Han, Zhuo Wuhan, and the others looked a little strange as they looked below the arena. When they saw Tao Jin's body, their bodies stiffened. Who killed Tao Jin? Chen Ding's body was filled with a terrifying murderous intent. He and Tao Jin were bosom friends. He thought that today was a good day for them to reunite, but he did not expect to see the body of an old friend. Who killed Tao Jin? Chen Ding asked again. He glanced gloomily at the high platform. When they met his gaze, even Zhuo Wuhan, Fang Han, and the others could not help but lower their heads. Then, Chen Ding looked below the arena again. Suddenly, no one dared to look at him. Only Li Chongqing stood there with a straight face. His body and mind were as calm as a pine tree. "It's you." Chen Ding's eyes flashed coldly. "Tao Jin and I hit it off at first sight. 3 months ago we drank until we were slightly drunk. We climbed the mountain to admire the moon and sat down to discuss Tao. I didn't expect that he would die at your hands. Since you can kill Tao Jin, it means that your strength is extraordinary. However, you are still not worthy of me taking action. I don't care what grudges you have with Tao Jin. You killed him, and you should apologize to him," Chen Ding said coldly. His tone was full of arrogance, like an emperor who could decide the life and death of a person with a single word. In his eyes, Li Chongqing, who killed Tao Jin, was not even worthy of his help. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind surged behind Chen Ding, and the clouds in the sky formed a spiral anomaly. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with horror. "Peak of the Vajra realm," Fang Han blurted out. The younger generation of the sacred grounds were all hovering around the innate realm. The Vajra realm was already the strongest in the entire Miaojiang. This Chen Ding was only in his 20s, but he had already stepped into this realm. What was even more terrifying was that once he entered the Vajra realm, he reached the peak. Such a thing was simply unheard of. No wonder Chen Ding was so confident even though he knew that Li Chongqing killed Tao Jin. Turns out that he is already at the peak stage of the Vajra realm. Yu Diewu muttered to herself as she looked at the figure from before. Originally, she thought that with her aptitude, even if she wasn't as good as Chen Ding's, the difference wouldn't be too great. Only now did she realize that there was a huge chasm between the two of them. Fairy Qinglan, Fang Han, Zhuo Wuhan, and the others also felt defeated. He was also a genius disciple of the younger generation in Miaojiang, but the distance between him and Chen Ding was getting farther and farther. 10 years ago, in the Pill Grand Meeting, we were still youths then, and we were equally matched with Chen Ding. Who would have thought that today, 10 years later, we would still only be able to look up at his back while we cultivate with all our might? Fairy Qinglan muttered to herself, and in the end, she could only smile bitterly. There was a huge difference between the Vajra realm and the innate realm, not to mention that Chen Ding had reached the peak stage. By the time they broke through to the Vajra realm, Chen Ding might have already reached a higher realm. At this moment, all the gazes that fell on Li Chongqing were filled with pity. Facing Chen Ding, who was at the peak stage of the Vajra realm, in everyone's opinion, Li Chongqing had no chance of winning. Originally, I didn't want to show up at this Pill Grand Meeting, because I don't care about the competition of the younger generation. The reason I came was to meet Tao Jin, but I didn't expect that the last time we parted, we would be separated by life and death. Originally, because of my friendship with Brother Tao, you killed Tao Jin, and I should destroy your sect. However, in the battles of the Pill Grand Meeting, it is inevitable that there will be casualties. I am a disciple of the Dragon God Hall, and I don't want to bring shame to my sect. If you kill yourself now, I will not pursue the crime of your family and sect." After Chen Ding finished speaking, he just looked at Li Changxing quietly. It was as though he was looking at an ant. After advancing to the peak stage of the Vajra realm, only the Saint Lords of the 6 sacred grounds were qualified for him to look at seriously. Li Changxing wasn't even worthy of a second look. Is the peak stage of the Vajra realm that great? Li Changxing suddenly smiled. Then, under everyone's surprised gaze, he suddenly raised his palm and actually chose to take the initiative to attack. "You are just an ant, and yet you dare to chatter in front of me. How annoying!" As he raised his palm, a huge hand formed by energy in the sky, which was more than 100 feet in size, pressed down on Chen Ding. As the palm pressed down, a strong wind surged, and there was a roar between heaven and earth. Chen Ding's eyes were instantly filled with anger. "Kid, I have given you grace, but you don't know how to cherish it. Your sect and clan will face a disaster because of your foolish behavior." As he spoke, he pointed with his hand, and a treasured sword flew out from his back. It pierced through the sky with an unstoppable sharpness and collided with Li Changxing's giant palm print. It was a spectacular scene. That sword light actually broke the giant palm print directly. At the same time, it burst out with a bright light and slashed down on Li Changxing's head. The peak stage of the Vajra realm is indeed interesting. Li Changxing didn't look surprised at all. That move just now was just a test. "You think you can hurt me with just this sword? You are too naive." In the face of the descending sword light, Li Changxing didn't have any intention to block it. Visible to the naked eye, the sword light slashed down on his body. Chen Ding's face revealed a cold smile. His sword light could slash a tall building made of reinforced concrete pillars in half, and his opponent didn't even try to dodge. Wasn't he courting death? Many people around were also shaking their heads. They felt that Li Changxing must have been scared silly by Chen Ding's strength. Yu Daiming exclaimed and couldn't help but close her eyes. Even her sister, Yu Diewu, was shaking her head. Crack! It was too late, but in the blink of an eye, the sword light had already slashed on Li Changxing's head. It actually made a sound of metal clashing. Then, the sword light was inexplicably cancelled out. It didn't even cut off a strand of hair. How could this be? Chen Ding couldn't help but frown. The people around also looked surprised. "You must have a hidden protective treasure. No wonder you dare to directly clash with my sword light. But you won't be so lucky next." As soon as he finished speaking, his palm gently pulled in the air. A blood-colored spear appeared in his hand. "This spear is called Dragon's Blood. It is one of the 3 treasures of my dragon temple. In the past 1,000 years, a total of 30 Vajra realm martial artists and 2 Finger Profound realm martial artists have died under this spear. Do you dare to take my spear?" Chapter 451. The moment Chen Ding took out the blood dragon spear, everyone's eyes were filled with awe. They knew that a sacred ground's cornerstone treasure was of utmost importance. Only the sect master had the right to keep it. People like Fang Han and Zhuo Wuhan were already listed as candidates for the position of sect master. However, as long as they did not become the sect masters would never hand over the cornerstone treasure to them. The fact that Chen Ding could bring out the blood dragon spear showed how much the Dragon God Temple valued him. A mid-grade artifact could already increase one's attack power by 30%. If Chen Ding used a supreme-grade artifact with his current strength, he could probably fight with the elders of the 6 sacred grounds. Rumble! The blood dragon's spear pierced through the sky and turned into a blood-red giant dragon. With a terrifying aura, it rushed towards Li Changxing like a torrent. Yu Daiming sighed and turned her head to the side. Along the way, although Li Changxing was not worthy of her attention, the strength that he displayed now surprised her. Originally, she did not want her sister to be too close to Li Changxing. However, with the strength that Li Changxing displayed, it would be beneficial for both her and her sister if they could rope him in. It's a pity that he should not have killed the Tao Jin and Tao Qian brothers. Otherwise, I could plead for mercy for him. Li Changxing's strength might be strong, but Chen Ding was too strong. He was so strong that no one thought that Li Changxing had any hope of surviving. Yu Diamu clenched her fists tightly. Her heart was in her throat. She was very kind. Moreover, Li Changxing had saved her before. If not for the fact that she had not embarked on the path of cultivation, she would have rushed up to fight alongside Li Changxing if she had the slightest bit of strength. On the high platform, Fairy Qinglan looked at the old man behind her. "Uncle Kong, with your cultivation, can you stop Chen Ding and save him?" Fairy Qinglan cherished talent. It would be a pity if a prodigy like Li Changxing died like this. The old man shook his head. If Chen Ding was only in the early stage of the Vajra realm, I would have the strength to fight with him. However, he has reached the peak stage. I'm afraid only the sect master will be able to save her. So he's that powerful? Fairy Qinglan bit her lips and fell into silence. Li Changxing gently raised his palm in the face of the gigantic fire dragon that was rumbling down. He spread his fingers and clenched them into a fist before punching forward. Ever since I completed the third transformation of the indestructible body of gods and devils, I have yet to test its power. Today, let's see if this so-called top-grade magical item of yours can block my punch. Li Changxing punched out. His fist energy rumbled as it opened up a path in the air, colliding with the incoming blood dragon spear. Break! Following Li Changxing's shout, the fiery dragon formed by the dragon blood spear exploded from head to toe as the fist energy whistled past. The fire dragon disappeared in the air and turned back into the original form of the blood dragon spear. However, the moment it turned back into its original form, the blood dragon spear was covered with cracks like a spider web. It fell from the sky and turned into a pile of debris. Chen Ding was completely dumbfounded after shattering the top-grade magical item, the blood dragon spear, with one punch. He took this treasure out of the sect and was confident that he could fight with the strongest person in the world. However, he did not expect it to be destroyed the first time he used it. The surrounding people were even more dumbfounded. How strong must one's physical strength be to be able to shatter a magical item? Brat, how dare you destroy the treasure of my dragon temple? I won't let you off today. Chen Ding's hair fluttered in the wind as his eyes revealed a deranged look. He was no longer as calm as he was at the beginning. The blood dragon spear was the treasure of the dragon temple and was extremely important. However, it was destroyed when it was in his hand. How was he going to explain this to his elders when he returned? He bit his index finger and drew a rune in the air. Then, an endless violent aura emitted from his body. Dense scales grew on his arms, and his palms turned into dragon claws in an instant. His clothes were torn open, and then, under everyone's shocked gazes, he turned into a half-human half-dragon monster. His majestic aura soared into the sky, and a powerful aura dominated the scene. This is the secret bloodline of the Dragon Temple, many people in the field exclaimed. The Dragon Temple cultivates a kind of martial art called the dragonization art. The ultimate goal is to transform all the blood in the body into dragon blood and transform into a dragon. It is said that the first lord of the Dragon Temple transformed 90% of the blood in his body into dragon blood. He can switch between the dragon body and the human body at will. He has achieved great success and awakened the magical power of the Dragon Clan. He can summon the wind and rain and is omnipotent. Although this Chen Ding is far from reaching that level, his strength is still terrifying after transforming into a half-dragon body. The moment Chen Ding transformed into a half-dragon body, a violent wind blew in the entire world. The originally clear sky was instantly covered with dark clouds, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. This Chen Ding is indeed worthy of being the #1 prodigy of the Dragon Temple in the past 1,000 years. He can transform into a half-dragon body at the Vajra realm. Even among the experts of the older generation, few can compare to such strength. It's time for everything to end. Chen Ding's eyes had already turned blood-red as he laughed maniacally. The Dragon Blood secret art was the most powerful attack of the Dragon Temple. Transforming into a dragon required a huge amount of blood and qi. Unless it was a last resort, it would not be used. Die! Chen Ding let out a long roar, and his entire body turned into a red light. His sharp dragon claws grabbed at Li Changxing's chest. Azure Dragon Claws! Back then, the Lord of the Dragon Temple used this move to defeat the sect master of the 100 Refinements sect and win the Elixir Conference. He was the leader of the younger generation in Miaojiang. Today, Chen Ding is countless times stronger than his master. Uncle Kong stared at the scene and sighed. This Chen Ding is indeed worthy of being the #1 prodigy of the younger generation. The prodigies of the other 5 sacred grounds are inferior to him. Once he inherits the throne, the Dragon Temple will reach its peak. Within 300 years, Miaojiang will probably follow the lead of the Dragon Temple. Fairy Qinglan also sighed. Miss, the sect master intends to let you become partners with Chen Ding. This way, our cloud-clear sacred ground will not decline for 300 years. What do you think? Uncle Kong said carefully. Let's talk about it another day. Although Chen Ding is strong, I admire his strength. He's too domineering and is not a good son-in-law. Fairy Qinglan sighed. She knew that for the cloud-clear sacred ground, forming an alliance with Chen Ding of the Dragon Temple was undoubtedly the best choice. However, she was still a little unwilling. The person in her heart did not appear. At this moment, Li Changxing finally made a move. Bulsh *T half-dragon body. Today, I'll show you what a truly powerful physical body is. As soon as Li Changxing finished speaking, he took a step forward. The blood and qi in his body roared like a river. Behind him, the shadow of a godfiend roared. 9 transformations of godfiend, 3rd transformation. Indestructible godfiend body. Chapter 452. Indestructible body of gods and demons? What kind of technique is that? I've never heard of such a technique. After Li Changxing finished speaking, everyone in the field looked at each other. Everyone could see the power of Li Changxing's half-dragon body, but Li Changxing didn't dodge and directly faced it head-on. It was obvious that he was confident in his technique. Then he doesn't know the power of the Dragon Temple's secret technique. Someone next to him shook his head. However, Li Changxing threw a punch and directly hit Chen Ding's dragon claw. The dragon claw grabbed Li Changxing's fist, but it didn't even leave a mark. How can this be? Chen Ding's face suddenly changed. His half-dragon body was very powerful. How could it not break the defense of his opponent's body? Li Changxing's fist continued to move forward. It wasn't fast, but it was like a moving mountain. Ordinary strength couldn't stop it at all. I don't believe there's a body more powerful than my half-dragon body in the world. Chen Ding suddenly took a step forward, and the muscles on his body were bleeding. This was because he had forcefully pushed his half-dragon body to the limit, causing his current physical body to be unable to withstand it. In an instant, the dragon claw seemed to be countless times sharper than before. Once again, it grabbed Li Changxing's palm. The terrifying power made the air tremble. You overestimate yourself, Li Changxing coldly snorted. His fist suddenly sped up and collided with the dragon claw. At this moment, Chen Ding's eyes were filled with horror. He felt as if his fist was hit by 1,000 pounds of weight, and an intense pain rushed to his palm. How can he be so strong? Chen Ding was scared out of his wits and quickly retreated. At this time, the audience saw that the dragon claw that collided with Li Changxing's fist had become a bloody mess. Even the half-dragon body couldn't withstand his punch. How terrifying was his physical strength! Want to run? It's not that easy. At this moment, Li Changxing's body instantly shot out, turning into an afterimage in the air. His fist made a sound like muffled thunder, breaking through the air in front of him. Like a high-speed train, he charged straight at Chen Ding. Block! In his desperation, Chen Ding took out a sword to block, but Li Changxing's strength was too great. The sword didn't even last a second before it was shattered under the punch. In the next moment, the surging fist force collided with Chen Ding's chest. Chen Ding activated a secret technique and transformed into a half-dragon body, which was known as the strongest physical attack technique in Miaojiang, but it was directly split from the middle. The number one genius of Miaojiang that appeared once in 1,000 years was turned into a blood mist by Li Changxing's punch. At this moment, everyone was completely stunned. Everyone stared at the scene with their mouths agape. He could not believe it. Chen Ding was the well-deserved number one among the younger generation. He had reached the peak of the Vajra realm, and even the older generation martial experts had to admit their inferiority. But now, he was blasted apart by Li Changxing with a single punch. If they didn't witness it with their own eyes, who would believe it? Fairy Qinglan's gaze changed. Just a few seconds ago, the old servant behind her suggested that she should be betrothed to Chen Ding. Although she was a little conflicted, she had to admit that Chen Ding was powerful. In the blink of an eye, Chen Ding turned into a corpse. Chen Ding actually lost and died in the hands of Li Changxing. On the high platform, the Sky Prides were in disbelief. Yu Diewu, who had rolled her eyes at Li Changxing along the way, looked at Li Changxing with fear in her eyes. Who would have thought that this ordinary-looking guy would be so ferocious? Li Changxing glanced at everyone present, including the Sky Prides on the high platform, and they all lowered their heads. The witchcraft cult is just a small sect. I didn't expect to have such an amazing person like you. Fairy Qinglan took a deep breath and spoke. Her tone was filled with praise and flattery. Of course, the witchcraft cult can't cultivate someone like me. Li Changxing said coldly. I'm the new leader of the Sword Alliance. Is it the Sword Dao Alliance formed by the Mount Shu Sword Sect, Qingqing Sword Sect, and other major sects? The old man behind Fairy Qinglan asked in surprise. I see. Fairy Qinglan nodded her head. I didn't expect the Sword Dao of Central Earth to have such a person like you. Over the years, the 6 great sacred lands of Miaojiang have been developing vigorously. I thought that we would far surpass the major sects of Central Earth, but I didn't expect that we were too short-sighted. Aren't you going to hold a pill auction? When will it start? Li Changxing asked. That was what he was concerned about. This time, he didn't come all the way here to kill a few people. Mr. Li, I can't believe you still have the mood to participate in the pill auction. Be it Tao Jin, Tao Qian, or Chen Ding, they are all important disciples of the sect. If you kill them, the Danyang sect and Dragon God Temple will probably go crazy. Aren't you afraid of the revenge of the two sects at all? Fairy Qinglan was getting more and more curious about Li Changxing. The Dragon God Temple and the Danyang sect were both super sections. Although Li Changxing had killed Chen Ding, in her opinion, no matter how powerful Li Changxing was, could he withstand the siege of the 2 sacred lands by himself? They're just 2 small sects, how dare they call themselves sacred lands? Li Changxing curled his lips in disdain. Let them come. I want to see what's so special about the major sects of Miaojiang. Fairy Qinglan was speechless when she saw Li Changxing's expression. Greetings, Mr. Li. Mr. Li, so you're the leader of the Sword Alliance of Central Earth. We've been disrespectful. Fang Han of the 100 Refinement sect and Zhuo Wuhan of the Blood Shadow sect also came up to greet him. In southern border, the strong were respected. Since Li Changxing could kill Chen Ding, He was qualified to receive their greetings. Alright, let's not talk nonsense. Let's start the elixir auction. Li Chongqing didn't have a good impression of these southern border geniuses. However, his casual attitude made Feng Han and Zhuo Wuhan angry. They were the candidates for the sacred lands after all, but they were looked down upon. However, when they thought of Li Chongqing's means, they could only swallow their anger. Even Chen Ding, who was at the peak of the Vajra realm, was defeated. They were nothing. Next, the elixir auction officially began. There were many treasures, but none of them caught Li Chongqing's eye. In the end, Li Chongqing casually bought a marrow-cleansing elixir and gave it to Yu Daimeng as a gift. As for her sister, Yu Daimu, she wanted to come over and get close to Li Chongqing, but Li Chongqing couldn't be bothered with her. This made the saintess of the Tianxian sacred ground sulk. What's so great about you? When the Dragon God Temple and the Danyang sect come for revenge, you'll be crying. From the beginning to the end, Su Yu stood beside Li Chongqing respectfully like a maid. In the eyes of this miss of the witch god cult, Li Chongqing was no different from a god. Chapter 453. For the next 2 days, Li Chongqing stayed on the St. Martial Mountain. Later, he bought some medicinal herbs, but there was nothing special about these herbs, and their efficacy was pitifully low. This was the 100,000 mountains of Miaojiang. If it was elsewhere, it would be difficult to gather even such a small amount of medicinal herbs. The lack of cultivation resources and the thin spiritual qi of heaven and earth was a problem faced by the entire cultivation world. Otherwise, the Vajra realm experts who were everywhere 1,000 years ago would not have such a high status today. During the few days that Li Chongqing stayed on the St. Martial Mountain, the entire Miaojiang had fallen into an uproar. The brothers Tao Jin and Tao Qian of the Danyang sect and Chen Ding, the #1 prodigy of the Dragon Temple, were all killed by one person. This was simply a big deal. The Danyang sect was considered the weakest among the 6 great holy lands, but the Dragon Temple was different. The Dragon Temple was the leader of the 6 great holy lands, especially the Temple Master of the Dragon Temple, who won the championship in the previous generation's competition. His strength was extremely powerful. He was already in the Vajra realm 10 years ago. 10 years later, no one knew how far his martial arts had progressed. At this moment, in the Dragon Temple, a middle-aged man was sitting on the main seat with a gloomy face. As a cultivation sect that had been passed down from ancient times, they did not have much contact with modern equipment, so there was a delay in the news. Who is it? Who killed Chen Ding? A powerful aura emanated from the main hall, causing the entire hall to tremble. The cultivation method of the Dragon Temple was also a kind of cultivation method that relied on strength. When one transformed into a true dragon, the power of qi and blood was even more majestic. The temple master of the Dragon Temple, Yi Mufeng, was in a state of seclusion all year round and only came out once every 3 years. This time, if the most outstanding disciple of the Dragon Temple, Chen Ding, had not died, he would not have appeared at all. It's a young man named Li Chongqing. There is news that he is from the sorcerer cult, but there is also news that he is from the Sword Dao Alliance and is the new Sword Alliance master. An elder of the sect said respectfully. Yi Mufeng could not help but frown. The Central Earth Sword sect has long declined due to the lack of cultivation resources. The previous leader of the Sword Dao Alliance, Lu Sun, was only at the pinnacle of the innate realm, while Chen Ding was already at the pinnacle of the Vajra realm and wielded the Dragon Blood Spear, the cornerstone treasure of our Dragon God Temple. Yet, he was actually killed by this person. It seems like a prodigy has emerged from the Central Earth. Hall Master, what should we do next? We must seek justice for Chen Ding's death. Of course. Yi Mufeng stood up. Chen Ding is the most outstanding disciple of my Dragon Temple in the past 1,000 years. He bears the hope of revitalizing my dragon temple. If I don't kill him, it will be difficult to resolve the hatred in my heart. Send a letter of challenge to this Li Changsheng. At the same time, I will issue an invitation to the entire Huaxia world of cultivation. I will defeat and kill him in front of the whole world. The Dragon Temple has been in seclusion for too long, so I will begin to unify Nanjiang by killing Li Changsheng and continue to dominate the world of cultivation. This subordinate understands. In the hall, several elders around showed excitement in their eyes. Everyone in the world knew that Chun Ding was a once-in-a-thousand-years martial arts genius, but they didn't know that the hall master of the Dragon Temple had been hiding his strength for many years. During the sparring of the younger generation back then, he had defeated the sect masters of the other 5 sacred lands with only 30% of his strength. Hall master, since you want to challenge this Li Changsheng, why don't you use the other 2 treasures of the Dragon Temple to kill this person? An elder next to him bowed and asked. Yimufeng shook his head. How can a mere Li Changsheng be worthy of me using 2 treasures? However, if we invite all the cultivation sects in the world to watch the battle, it will be the best time to show the power of the Dragon Temple. When the time comes, each of you will take one of the treasures and just show it to intimidate others. Yes, sir. The 2 elders nodded at the same time. The hall master of the Dragon Temple, Yimufeng, has come out of seclusion and challenged Li Changsheng to a showdown on the top of Saint Martial Mountain. When the news came out, Li Changsheng, who had planned to leave Saint Martial Mountain, had to stop. At the same time, the Danyang sect, whose successor was also killed by Li Changsheng, issued a statement saying that they would gather the power of the whole sect to kill Li Changsheng. Compared with the one-on-one duel with the hall master of the Dragon Temple, the Danyang sect was obviously less domineering. However, such news still caused a shock. The power of a holy land was definitely not a joke. At the same time, Ding Qingyang and Ding Qingshu of the Mount Shu Sword sect also received the news. I didn't expect Mr. Li to have come to Miaojiang and killed 3 young talents of Miaojiang. This is the first grand battle in modern times. Ding Qingyang looked at the many sect executives below and said, Mr. Li is the benefactor of our Mount Shu Sword sect. Elders of our Mount Shu Sword sect will go with me to watch the battle. Yes, sect master. Everyone below cupped their hands. At this time, Ding Qingshu stepped forward and said, Brother, is the hall master of the Dragon Temple very powerful? Even the Grand Elder of Mount Hua was easily killed by Mr. Li. I don't think there is any suspense in this battle. Several elders next to her nodded one after another. In the eyes of the people of the Mount Shu Sword sect, Li Changsheng was already synonymous with the god of war. Unexpectedly, Ding Qingyang shook his head and said, You may not know, but the hall master of the Dragon Temple, Yimufeng, is not an ordinary person. A few years ago, my master told me about his experience. When he passed by Miaojiang, he met him in the 100,000 mountains. At that time, my master was already at the peak of the Vajra realm and was only half a step away from the profound finger realm. The 2 of them fought, and the result? Everyone in the hall pricked up their ears. In the end, my master was defeated by Yimufeng after only 10 moves. At that time, my master said that the other party had entered the profound finger realm. What? When these words came out, the whole hall fell into silence. In today's world of spiritual energy, the profound finger realm was already a legend. Even Ding Qingxue, who had 100% confidence in Li Changsheng, had deep worry in her eyes. Although Li Changsheng was strong, he was definitely not at the profound finger realm. The profound finger realm had another name, human immortal. If the Vajra realm was the peak of martial arts in the mortal world, then the profound finger realm had reached another level of life. It seems that Mr. Li has really met a strong opponent this time. Elder Yufeng shook his head and sighed. Ding Qingxue was worried. Unfortunately, I'm too weak to help Mr. Li at all. No, we can help Mr. Li by telling him the details about the Dragon Temple Master, Yi Mufeng, so that he can be on guard or refuse to fight," Ding Qingyang suddenly said. Hearing Ding Qingyang's words, everyone in the hall was shocked. In particular, Ding Qingxue shook her head and said, "If Mr. Li gives up the battle, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? Our Sword Dao Alliance and the entire Central Earth Sex will lose face because of this." Yes. Everyone in the hall nodded. Martial artists cared about their reputation the most. Where there's life, there's hope. With Mr. Li's aptitude, he only needs to endure for 20 years and he may be able to step into the profound finger realm. By then, he will naturally be able to regain his reputation. Hearing Ding Qingyang's words, Ding Qingxue kept quiet. She just couldn't accept that the invincible Li Changxing would lose to someone from Miaojiang. However, if the other party had reached the profound finger realm as her brother said, it seemed that the only way was to avoid the battle. Chapter 454. As Dragon Temple Master Yi Mufeng sent invitations to all the cultivation sects in the world, St. Martial Mountain became more and more lively these days. In addition, the Medicinal Pill Festival had just ended. All the major sects of Miaojiang had gathered here. This remote place was already crowded with people these days. Li Changxing didn't stay on the mountain all the time. Instead, he rested in a small town not far from St. Martial Mountain with Su Yu. "Mr. Li, today is the day of the decisive battle. I just received news from my father that Danyang sect has invited a supreme elder to deal with you. There are also rumors that the Dragon Temple Master may bring out 2 treasures. Those 2 treasures are much more powerful than the Dragon Blood Spear." Although Su Yu had seen Li Changxing's strength, whether it was Danyang sect or Dragon Temple, in the hearts of Miaojiang people, they were almost unshakable mountains. Li Changxing was just one person after all. "It's okay. Just wait and see how I beat these 2 sections." Li Changxing smiled indifferently. "Mr. Li will definitely be able to win." Su Yu lowered her head and said, but a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. When it was almost noon, Li Changxing and Su Yu also came to the foot of St. Martial Mountain again. At this moment, there were almost tens of thousands of people gathered at the foot of St. Martial Mountain. Although the cultivation world had declined and it was rare to see it in the secular world, the whole of China was vast and rich in resources. It was still very spectacular when cultivators of all sizes gathered together. "Master, didn't you say that St. Martial Mountain is very remote and there are generally no people? Why is it so lively?" A beautiful woman in Miaojiang costume stood at the foot of St. Martial Mountain, looking at the dense crowd with a face full of doubts. Next to the woman, a man in a Taoist robe also frowned. These 2 people were Li Changxing's old acquaintances. One was the second miss of Shi village, Azuna, and the other was the master of Idle Cloud Monastery, Lu Chong. Last time, Li Changxing asked Lu Chong to take him to Miaojiang to search for treasures. As a result, they were besieged by the people of Shi village. The village master, Adayu, and the eldest miss, Azuhong, both died in the hands of Li Changxing. After Li Changxing left, Lu Chong took Azu away and accepted her as his disciple. In the past half a year, Lu Chong had been traveling around Miaojiang. On a whim, Lu Chong wanted to bring Azu to the St. Martial Mountain to observe the holy land of the witchcraft sect. He didn't expect that it would be so lively here. Accompanying them was a strangely dressed old man. He held a walking stick in his hand, and a pitch-black python was coiled around the walking stick. If one took a closer look, the python was actually still alive. Its pair of bright red eyes gave people a strange feeling. His name was Liaoimo, and he was the high priest of a tribe in Miaojiang. He met Lu Chong and his disciple in Miaojiang. He admired Azu and said that Azu was very suitable for practicing his cultivation method. He wanted to take Azu as his disciple. However, Azu had already acknowledged Lu Chong as her master and rejected his good intentions. However, he did not give up and followed the master and disciple all the way. Lu Chong was very unhappy with this person who wanted to snatch his disciple. However, this Liao Mo's strength was strange and powerful. Lu Chong was not his opponent and could only let him follow. Liao Mo, aren't you the high priest of a tribe in Miaojiang? Do you know what happened in the Saint Martial Mountain? Lu Chong looked at the skinny Liao Mo. Without his identity as the high priest of Miaojiang, this old man looked like an ordinary old man from the countryside. I'm traveling around Miaojiang like you, looking for medicinal herbs and spirit stones in the mountains. Who knows what happened outside? Liao Mo said angrily. Lu Chong didn't like him, but he didn't like Lu Chong either. For so many years, he didn't have a successor. He finally took a fancy to Azu, but she was snatched by Lu Chong. If it weren't for the deep relationship between Azu and Lu Chong, he wouldn't have been able to resist the urge to kill Lu Chong. Lu Chong, why are you here? At this time, a surprised voice came from the side. Lu Chong turned around and saw Li Chongxing standing not far away from him. The moment she saw Li Chongxing, Azu bit her lips and tears welled up in her eyes. Her elder sister and father died in the hands of Li Chongxing. Li Chongxing could be said to be her enemy, but she knew that she couldn't blame Li Chongxing. It was her elder sister and father who had the intention to harm him first, so she felt very complicated. Li Chongxing was the last person she wanted to see in her life. Compared to Azu's dilemma, Lu Chong showed a bit of joy. He and Li Chongxing didn't have any enmity. Mr. Li, we meet again. I just happened to be traveling here and wanted to take a look at the Saint Martial Mountain. I didn't expect it to be so lively here. Mr. Li, do you know why? It's nothing. It's just because two people are going to fight on the mountain. Li Chongxing smiled slightly. But when he saw Azu standing next to him and staring at him, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Liao Mo also saw Azu's abnormality. He walked over and asked in a low voice, Azu, what's wrong? Azu shook her head. Nothing. Does he have any enmity with you? Liao Mo had lived for most of his life. Almost instantly, he saw something from Azu's expression. He immediately took a step forward and stared at Li Chongxing with a pair of extremely gloomy eyes. Boy, I don't care how you provoked Azu. I'm going to teach you a lesson for her. Liao Mo raised the snake staff in his hand. The python wrapped around the staff suddenly opened its bloody mouth and spat out black gas. The black gas it exhaled was very corrosive, and a pungent smell could be smelled in the air. Liao Mo, what are you doing? Before Li Chongxing could say anything, Lu Chong stepped forward and stood between the two of them. Mr. Li is a super powerhouse. Liao Mo, I advise you not to court death. Lu Chong knew about the grudge between Azu and Li Chongxing. Originally, he was afraid that Azu would lose control of her emotions when she saw Li Chongxing and do something stupid. Seeing that Azu had been standing there without saying anything, he was slightly relieved. Unexpectedly, Liao Mo jumped out at this time. He had to reveal some information about Li Chongxing, hoping to suppress the other party. Who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, Liao Mo would let out a few cold laughs. Ha ha! How dare this young boy call himself a super powerhouse? I'd like to see if he can block a move of mine. While speaking, Liao Mo was about to make a move. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. The crowd automatically opened up a path, and a group of people wearing the same clothes walked out. The leader was a middle-aged man dressed in white. It was the sect master of the Blood Shadow sect. Beside him was his beloved disciple, Zhuo Wuhan. Following the appearance of the Blood Shadow sect, the 100 Refinement sect, the Cloud Clarity Sacred Ground, and the Tianxian Sacred Ground appeared one after another. Wave after wave of discussions were set off in the field. Except for the Danyang sect and the Dragon Temple, the sect masters of the other 4 Holy Lands had already appeared. Liao Mo, who was about to attack Li Chongqing, was surprised and doubtful. Although he was the high priest of a tribe and had a respected status in the tribe, in the entire Miaojiang, he couldn't even afford to offend a force like the witchcraft cult. The 6 holy lands were existences that he could only look up to. At this time, he didn't dare to make trouble. If he accidentally annoyed a big shot, he would be killed with a slap of the hand. Humph. Boy, you're lucky. You can hide now, but you can't hide forever. I'll deal with you later. Liao Mo said gloomily. Li Chongqing just curled his lips in disdain. Chapter 455. As the important figures of the 4 great holy lands appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Not long after, the witchcraft cult, heaven divination cult, and other medium-sized forces in Miaojiang also appeared one after another. Even the high priests and chiefs of various tribes also came in a mighty manner. However, in front of the 4 great holy lands, these big shots who were usually high and mighty could only stand aside obediently. The sect master of Qingqing sword sect, Yan Shuangying, is here. At this time, Lu Chong also looked surprised. And Ding Qingxue and Ding Qingyang of Mount Shu sword sect. That's the sect master of Wudong sect, Song Jin. The ancestor of Qing Gang, Xia Feiyang. The major cultivation sects of Middle Earth appeared one after another, faintly confronting the various sects of Miaojiang. Who is going to have a duel that can attract so many major forces? Even Liao Mo couldn't keep calm. Because of the conflict between Li Chongqing and Liao Mo just now, they didn't have time to find out what happened. At this time, Lu Chong pulled a rogue cultivator and asked, "Brother, why are so many major forces gathered here?" The rogue cultivator looked at Lu Chong in surprise. "You don't know about such a big event?" Yi Mufeng, the temple master of Divine Dragon Temple, one of the 6 great holy lands of Miaojiang, is going to challenge Mr. Li, the leader of the Sword Dao Alliance. Cultivators from all over the world are invited to watch the battle. This is the first grand event in hundreds of years. Hearing the other party's words, Lu Chong and Ah Zhu looked at Li Chongqing at the same time. Because Li Chongqing liked to be called Mr. Li. "Mr. Li, don't tell me you and the Temple Master of Dragon Temple are going to have a duel on St. Martial Mountain Peak?" Lu Chong blurted out. As soon as he said that, Liao Mo sneered next to him. The Temple Master of Dragon Temple is said to be at the peak of the Vajra realm. His strength is terrifying to the extreme. He can't withstand a pinch from the Temple Master of Dragon Temple. Do you think you can fight the Temple Master of Dragon Temple just because your surname is Li? Stop joking. As soon as Liao Mo said that, Lu Chong and Ah Zhu also looked away. Indeed, although Li Chongqing was powerful, Lu Chong still did not believe that he could compete with the Temple Master of the Dragon God Temple. However, after hearing Liao Mo's words, Lu Chong was still unconvinced. Even if Mr. Li can't compete with the Dragon God Temple Master, it's still very easy for him to deal with you. Hee. Liao Mo curled his lips in disdain. At this moment, someone shouted, "The Temple Lord of the Dragon God Temple is here." The scene of tens of thousands of people suddenly quieted down. They looked in the direction of the sound and saw a group of black-clothed people walking over. The leader was a middle-aged man. He walked with a majestic gait and looked very imposing. When he walked over, the sect masters of the other 4 holy lands immediately took the initiative to salute him. Even the sect masters of the various cultivation sects in the Central Plains cupped their hands in greeting. No matter where the strong were, friend or foe, they were all worthy of respect. After Yi Mufeng, the temple master of the Dragon God Temple, appeared, he greeted everyone from the major sects present, and then looked at the dense crowd at the foot of the mountain. "Thank you all for coming to watch the ceremony. Today, I will avenge my disciple, Chen Ding, and challenge the leader of the Sword Dao Alliance, Li Chongqing, to a duel on the top of the St. Martial Mountain. I hope everyone can bear witness for me." As soon as he finished speaking, Mufeng turned around and walked proudly to the top of the St. Martial Mountain. Behind him, the senior members of the Dragon God Temple and the people of the 4 Holy Lands followed closely and went up the mountain. Ding Qingyang, the sect master of Shu Mountain, his sister Ding Qingxue, and Yan Shuangying, the sect master of Qinqing, were still waiting at the foot of the mountain. The duel between Li Changxing and Mufeng, the temple master of the Dragon God Temple, represented not only himself, but also the Sword Dao Alliance and even the entire cultivation world of the Central Plains. What did he say just now? His opponent is Li Changxing? In the crowd, Lu Chang's body trembled. Zhu's eyes also revealed a look of horror. The two of them looked at Li Changxing in surprise. Liao Mo, who didn't know Li Changxing's real name, said coldly, "The temple master of the Dragon God Temple has already appeared. It's almost noon, but the leader of the Sword Dao Alliance still hasn't appeared. Could it be that he's too scared to show up?" Just as he finished speaking, Li Changxing smiled at Lu Chong and said, "Master Lu, let's have a chat after the duel on the top of the mountain." After saying that, he strode forward. "Kid, the area in front is where only the super sects are qualified to stand. Who do you think you are? How dare you walk over there?" Liao Mo immediately said when he saw Li Changxing's action. "I'm Mr. Li." Li Changxing looked back at Liao Mo with a chuckle, and then walked to the positions of the leaders of the major cultivation sects without stopping. Is Li Changxing really the leader of the Sword Dao Alliance? Lu Chong still felt like he was in a dream. At this time, Yan Shuangying of the Qinqing sword sect turned his head and saw Li Changxing, and his eyes lit up. "Mr. Li." The expression on Liao Mo's face froze, and an ominous premonition rose in his heart. Sure enough, the Wu-Tang sect leader Song Zhen, the Song Mountain sect leader, and the Ding siblings all came to Li Changxing. "Mr. Li, you're here." "Greetings, Mr. Li." Mr. Li's cultivation has improved a lot in just a few days. "We can't catch up," voices sounded one after another. Liao Mo's heart seemed to be hit over and over again by a sledgehammer, and fell to the bottom. "I didn't expect Mr. Li, who is going to fight the temple master of the Dragon God Temple, to be so young." As the leaders of the major sects in the central region came forward to greet him, Li Changxing's identity was also revealed. Many people around were surprised by his young age and exclaimed. Li Changxing just nodded gently to the leaders of the various martial arts sections. Although he was young, at this moment, he showed the demeanor of a super expert. "Changxing, I have something to tell you." Ding Qingxue quickly walked to Li Changxing's side and pulled Li Changxing to the side by his sleeve. The leaders of the various sects who wanted to come up and greet Li Changxing showed envy when they saw Li Changxing being pulled away. It's rumored that the reason why Li Changxing was willing to help the Mount Shu sword sect was because he liked Ding Qingyang's sister, Ding Qingxue. Now it seems that the rumors are true. What a pity! I don't have a daughter or sister as beautiful as Ding Qingxue. Although there are a few female disciples who are good-looking, compared to Ding Qingxue, they are a bit inferior. Several leaders sighed in their hearts. It was not an exaggeration to say that Li Changxing was now the #1 cultivator in Huaxia. Whoever had a relationship with him would benefit the entire sect. "Why are you being so mysterious? What's the matter?" Li Changxing was pulled aside by Ding Qingxue, and there was confusion in his eyes. "Changxing, listen to me. Mufeng, the lord of the Divine Dragon Palace, is a super expert of the Finger Profound realm. With your current strength, you're definitely not his match. I've discussed with my brother. You should leave this place immediately before the battle begins. Even if it's a bit embarrassing, it doesn't matter. As long as you endure for 20 years, you'll definitely be able to catch up with him." Chapter 456. Qingxue, don't worry. I don't care about a mere dragon temple master. Li Chongxing smiled at Ding Qingxue. Chongxing, why are you so stubborn? That's the profound finger realm. Don't think that you can look down on the heroes of the world just because you can kill Qinding, who is at the peak of the Vajra realm. Yimufeng is far from what you can compare to now. Don't worry. Without waiting for Ding Qingxue to finish speaking, Li Chongxing hugged Ding Qingxue and gave her a big hug. When he let go, he turned around and walked toward the top of the mountain step by step. Mr. Li, you must fight for our Huaxiao martial arts. In the crowd, Yan Shuangying said loudly. Li Chongxing also saw Sima Chongkong. Don't worry, I will. While talking, Li Chongxing had already stepped onto the mountain path and walked up the mountain step by step. He seemed to be moving very slowly, but surprisingly, he had already walked a long distance in the blink of an eye. Shrinking the ground into an inch? Seeing this scene, many people's eyes were already filled with shock. This was a legendary magical power. They didn't expect Li Chongxing to have comprehended such a technique. In front of the battle, this made the people of Miaojiang, who were originally very confident in the Dragon Temple Master, Yimufeng, waver a little. The contempt they had for Li Chongxing due to his young age instantly vanished like smoke in thin air. After Li Chongxing set foot on the road, the people of various Central Region martial arts sects also followed closely behind. Ding Qingyang walked over to his sister. What's the matter? Mr. Li won't listen to advice? Ding Qingyang looked at his sister. Ding Qingxue sighed. Yes, he is very confident in himself. He knows that the opponent is at the profound finger realm, but he insists on fighting. Alas! Ding Qingyang shook his head. I hope Mr. Li can win. However, even he didn't believe these words. Profound finger, that was the profound finger realm. It was almost like an immortal. At this moment, on the top of the mountain, the leaders of the 4 great holy lands and various Miaojiang sects were standing in the distance. Yimufeng, the lord of the Dragon Temple, stood alone on a boulder at the edge of the cliff, looking at the sea of clouds beneath his feet. It was as if he had become one with the world. At this moment, Li Chongxing's figure appeared on the mountain path and quickly reached the top of the mountain. The people of the various martial Dao Holy Lands were sizing up Li Chongxing. Apart from the younger generation, this was the first time they had seen Li Chongxing. He's so young, only in his 20s. He's simply a peerless genius. Even the headmasters of the 4 great holy lands sighed. Today, 5 of the 6 holy lands of Miaojiang had come, but the Danyang sect had yet to show up. Mr. Li, you are young and talented. You shouldn't have died here. As long as you are willing to apologize for your actions and join our Yunqing sect, we are willing to protect your life. Fairy Qinglan had obviously received the approval of the elders of the sect and said. The people from the other 3 sects also acted strangely. If they could recruit a super genius like Li Chongxing, it would be extremely beneficial to a sect as he represented the future of the sect. I didn't do anything wrong, so there's naturally no need for me to apologize. As for being protected, that's not my style, Li Chongxing. Li Chongxing said indifferently. However, Fairy Qinglan was furious. She snorted coldly, turned her head away, and stopped talking. A middle-aged man next to her smiled and patted Fairy Qinglan's shoulder. Lan he's young and successful, so it's inevitable that he's frivolous. You don't have to be angry. However, he rejected you, which is equivalent to rejecting his own hope of survival. He only has himself to blame. This middle-aged man was the headmaster of the Yunqing sect and Fairy Qinglan's father, Immortal Yunhe. The headmasters of the other 2 sacred grounds did not speak. Firstly, it was because Li Chongxing had already rejected the Yunqing sacred ground. Even if they spoke up, they would probably end up the same way. Secondly, if they spoke up to recruit Li Chongxing at this time, they would undoubtedly offend the Dragon Temple and the Danyang sect, which was something they did not want to do. Li Chongqing walked directly to where Yi Mufeng, the lord of the Dragon Temple, was. It was not until he was 10 meters away from Yi Mufeng that the people of the major cultivation sects of the central region rushed over. At this moment, there were many people gathered at the top of the mountain, but it was very quiet. Only the sound of the whistling mountain wind could be heard. Sensing Li Chongqing's gaze, Yi Mufeng slowly turned around. Li Chongqing, I originally thought that my disciple Chun Ding was already a cultivation genius with the highest potential in the past 1,000 years, but I didn't expect your aptitude to be even more terrifying than his. Originally, with your aptitude, it would not be easy for me to kill you in another 20 years. Unfortunately, you've met me now and you can only die. I can only say that you're unlucky and the heavens are jealous of your talent. The head of the Dragon Temple spoke with assurance. The mountain breeze blew at his clothes, making him look even more otherworldly. 10 years ago, I suppressed the lords of the 5 sacred lands on St. Martial Mountain and became the #1 person among the younger generation of Miaojiang. Today, 10 years later, on St. Martial Mountain, I will strangle a genius. After killing you, I will be the #1 person in the entire Huaxia cultivation world. The wind on the mountain was very strong, but Yi Mufeng's words rang clearly in everyone's ears. His figure was like a 1,000-year-old pine tree. No matter how the wind whistled, he did not move at all. Moreover, as he stood there, it was as if he had become one with the entire world. Every movement of his contained the heavenly Tao. This was the Finger Mystery. In ancient times, the Finger Mystery realm was called Perfected Person. The Yellow Emperor's internal canon said, "A perfected person can control the heavens and the earth, grasp yin and yang, breathe spiritual qi, and guard the mind independently. Their muscles are as one, so they can live 500 years." In other words, at Yi Mufeng's level, his lifespan could reach 500 years. In the past 800 years, the only known perfected person in Huaxia was Zhang Sanfeng, the founder of Wudong Mountain. Yi Mufeng's current level, whether it was his body or his mental power, had reached another level. Even if the sect masters of the other 3 sacred lands attacked together, they would not be his match. No wonder he dared to say that he wanted to be the #1 person in Huaxia cultivation world. A Finger Mystery Realm cultivator is called a mortal immortal, but unfortunately, he's not an immortal after all. Li Chongqing shook his head. Immortals were already at another level of life. They could travel the North Sea in the morning and eat the dew and clouds in the evening. They could already achieve complete inedia. And the Finger Mystery Realm was a transition between a human and an immortal. I've cultivated the indestructible body of gods and devils, which is comparable to an immortal's body. I can even fight with a real immortal. You're not even a false immortal. In my eyes, you're just a slightly stronger ant. Li Chongqing took a step forward and said lightly, "Do it. Otherwise, you won't have a chance." Li Chongqing, who do you think you are? The power of the Finger Mystery Realm isn't something you can imagine. Yi Mufeng was furious and there was a murderous aura on his body. Chapter 457. Li Chongqing, you're young and you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. My strength is not something you can resist. Yi Mufeng was a Finger Profound Realm expert and was already at the top of the cultivation world. He was furious that he was looked down upon by Li Chongqing. He took a step forward with killing intent surging from his body. "You killed my disciple, so I'll kill you. From now on, my Dragon Temple will be the #1 sect in the world, and I, Yi Mufeng, will be the #1 person in the world." After saying that, he raised his palm, and the blood in his body surged. The surrounding spiritual energy surged into his body, and then he threw a punch at Li Chongqing's position. Boom! There was a roar between heaven and earth. The sharp fist force whizzed out with Yi Mufeng's punch. It crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and rushed to Li Changsheng. With this punch, the wind on the top of the mountain instantly became more than 10 times violent. It was as if the power of the entire world was concentrated in this punch. Dozens of meters away, many spectators could not help but take a step back. This was a suffocating power. The finger-profound realm's comprehension of the heavenly Tao had reached a terrifying level. They could integrate the energy of heaven and earth into their move. Every move contained the power of heaven and earth. This was the power of the finger-profound realm. They could control the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for their own use. I'm one with heaven and earth. My anger is heaven's anger. However, in the face of this earth-shattering punch, Li Changsheng had no intention of dodging at all. He took a step forward, puffed out his chest, and allowed the power of this punch to hit his body. Seeing Li Changsheng's actions, the onlookers couldn't help but be surprised. Ding Qingxue had already exclaimed, "Changsheng, be careful! The Dragon Temple has always been a path of strength. Their attack power is especially powerful. He actually wants to resist with his body. Isn't he courting death?" The lords of the Holy Lands all frowned. Bang! The fist force broke through the air and directly blasted Li Changsheng's chest, making a dull sound. Beneath Li Changsheng's feet, numerous cracks appeared on the ground, and the entire mountain seemed to tremble. However, after the tremor, Li Changsheng was still standing there steadily. His body was as straight as a javelin, as if nothing had happened at all. How could this be? This time, not only the onlookers, but even Yi Mufeng, the temple master of the Dragon God Temple, was shocked. He was well aware of the power contained in his punch, but it couldn't even break through Li Changsheng's physical defense. It was simply unbelievable. The most terrifying thing was that Li Changsheng didn't put up any resistance from beginning to end. Didn't this mean that his physical strength had reached an unimaginable level? Yi Mufeng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the crack in the ground beneath Li Changsheng's feet. "You must have used the power of some kind of magic treasure to transfer the power of my attack to your feet. It's just a trick. I'd like to see how many times you can transfer it." Yi Mufeng raised his fist again and stomped a deep pit in the ground. He rose from the ground and punched Li Changsheng from the sky. Rumble! The power of this punch was more than 10 times stronger than before. The turbulent energy gathered at the fist to form a terrifying storm. This punch was like an avalanche, and even the air on the mountain peak was compressed. Before the punch landed, the powerful force had shattered the boulders around Li Changsheng, and the entire mountain peak shook slightly. This time, Li Changsheng finally made a move. He raised his head and looked at Yi Mufeng, who was falling quickly, and raised his fist to meet the punch. Fist against fist. The punch looked ordinary, but when it was about to come into contact with Yi Mufeng's fist, it suddenly released a terrifying power, directly breaking Yi Mufeng's fist and smashing into his fist. Gotcha! It was a crisp sound. Under Yi Mufeng's horrified gaze, his arm was twisted, and his whole body was driven by the powerful force. His body flew out again and landed 50 meters away. Looking at his bloody fist, his eyes were filled with disbelief. The physical strength that he was proud of couldn't be compared to Li Changsheng. Although the true Dragon Clan has a strong physique, they were just food in front of the divine demons in ancient times. Li Changsheng said indifferently. The other party's dragon transformation art was at the highest level, but he could only transform into a true dragon. How could it be compared to his divine demon body? You've already made 2 moves in a row. It's my turn. Li Changsheng took a step forward. His body was like a humanoid beast, leaving an afterimage in the air. He was like a roaring fighter jet as he rushed towards Yi Mufeng. Facing the menacing Li Changsheng, Yi Mufeng finally had a serious look in his eyes. He clenched his fist and let out an angry roar. His arms were covered with dense scales, and his muscles bulged. His clothes were instantly torn apart, and he instantly transformed into a half-human, half-dragon monster. At the same time, he raised his hand and grabbed at Li Changxing. Azure Dragon Claw. This was the unique skill of the Divine Dragon Temple. Chen Ding had also used this move in the battle with Li Changxing. However, when Yi Mufeng used it, its power was many times stronger than Chen Ding's. The ultimate goal of the Divine Dragon Temple's most powerful cultivation technique, the Dragon Transformation Art, was to completely transform one's blood into a true dragon's blood and transform into a true dragon. Yi Mufeng had already transformed 1/3 of his blood into true dragon's blood. At this moment, he had transformed into a half-dragon, and his physical strength had reached a terrifying level. Rumble! Yi Mufeng also rushed towards Li Changxing. His footsteps created deep pits on the ground. The entire Saint Martial Mountain began to shake violently. Countless rocks rolled down from the peak. Some people at the foot of the mountain couldn't dodge in time and were hit by the boulders. They instantly lost their lives. The people who originally planned to climb to the top of the mountain to watch the battle, except for those powerful cultivators who were not afraid of the rocks, hurriedly retreated and stayed away from the rocks. On the top of the mountain, Ding Qingxue and the other cultivators of the central region were all pale. To be able to shake an entire mountain peak, just how powerful was that? And the people of the Miaojiang sacred lands were all delighted. I didn't expect the true strength of the Divine Dragon Temple's temple master to be so terrifying. No wonder he wants to be the strongest person in the world. Although Li Changxing is already very powerful, he is far from being comparable to Yi Mufeng. There is almost no suspense in this battle. Go to hell! When he transformed into a half-dragon, Yi Mufeng thought that the outcome was already decided. He seemed to have seen the scene of Li Changxing being torn to pieces by his azure dragon claw. Finally, their fists met in the air. Rumble! It was like the sound of a bomb exploding. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions from where their fists collided. Not good. Retreat. Whether it was the cultivators of the central region or the people of the 3 sacred lands, they all quickly reacted and jumped down the mountain. And in the next moment, the terrifying energy directly roared. Those who did not have time to jump down the mountain were directly cut in half by the energy and shook into a bloody mist. The surrounding sea of clouds was smashed under the push of the energy. The clouds in the sky were instantly washed away, and the transparent energy could be seen. Everywhere it passed, it was like a raging wave, forming a peerless spectacle. Everyone at the foot of the mountain looked up at the scene in the sky, dumbfounded. The tribesmen living within 100 miles knelt on the ground and cried, "A miracle!" The people of the various sects who escaped from the top of the mountain were all looking at the sky in horror at this moment, with lingering fear in their hearts. I didn't expect the temple master of the Divine Dragon Temple to be so terrifying. He deserves the title of the strongest person in the world. That Li Changxing also doesn't know what's good for him. He dared to challenge the temple master of the Divine Dragon Temple. I'm afraid he has been blasted to pieces by now, right? Everyone was discussing animatedly as they looked at the scene in the sky. In the next moment, they saw a figure rise up from the ground and into the sky. Temple Master of the Divine Dragon Temple, it's time to let you see the true power of the physical body. That figure was clearly Li Changxing. Chapter 458. On the top of the mountain, Yi Mufeng looked at Li Changxing, who had risen into the air, with a look of horror in his eyes. He originally thought that the blow just now was enough to kill Li Changxing, but he never expected that his azure dragon claw would be shattered by Li Changxing's fist. Li Changxing, I originally thought that I didn't need to use the sect's greatest treasure to deal with you, but now it seems that I was wrong. After this move, I'm afraid that my realm won't be able to help but regress. But if I can kill a genius like you, it's worth it, even if I waste 10 years of hard work. Imufeng let out a long sigh. He suddenly opened his arms, and a crimson light surged above his hands. At the foot of St. Martial Mountain, the weapons in the hands of the 2 elders of the Dragon Temple flew out at the same time and flew to the top of the mountain. It was a long saber and a staff-shaped Dharma artifact. The people of the major sects of Miaojiang recognized the names of the 2 Dharma artifacts at a glance. They were the God-slaying saber and the sea-turning staff. These were the other 2 greatest treasures of the Dragon Temple apart from the Blood Dragon spear. As the 2 Dharma artifacts flew to the top of the mountain, they fell into Imufeng's hands at the same time. Imufeng suddenly raised his head with a wild smile on his face. He moved his hands and combined the 2 weapons into one, turning them into a scythe-like weapon. This is the Scythe of Death. Today, I'll let you see the most powerful power of the Dragon Temple. Imufeng roared. A boundless aura rose from his body, and even the void trembled. At the foot of the mountain, as the 2 weapons flew up, the 2 elders of the Dragon Temple had a complicated look in their eyes. What kind of strength does this Li Changxing have to make the Temple Master use 2 of his greatest treasures? Could it be the Scythe of Death? Immortal Yunhe, the sect master of the Yunqing sect, had a look of horror in his eyes. The 2 elders of the Dragon Temple nodded. What is the Scythe of Death? Many people next to them were puzzled. Immortal Cloud Crane let out a long sigh. As everyone knows, the Dragon Temple has 3 treasures. One is the Dragon Blood Spear, the other 2 are the Sea-Turning Cudgel and the God-Slaying Saber. But very few people know that the Sea-Turning Cudgel and the God-Slaying Saber are actually the same celestial device. It's just that this celestial device is too powerful and the realm is not high enough. If you use it by force, not only will you not be able to hurt the enemy, you might even drain your own qi and blood. Although the Temple Master of the Dragon God Temple is in the Finger Profound realm, it's still not enough to drive this ritual artifact. If he forcibly activates it, I'm afraid that his 10 years of hard work will go down the drain, and he might even fall from the Finger Profound realm back to the Vajra realm. As soon as the Yunqing sect's sect master finished speaking, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Even someone at the Finger Profound realm is unable to control it. Then just how terrifying is the power of this artifact? Li Changxing should be proud to be able to make Imufeng use this Dharma artifact. No matter how powerful Li Changxing is, once these 2 artifacts appear, the outcome will be decided. Everyone in Miaojiang sighed with emotion. As for Ding Qingxue, Ding Qingyang, and the others, their faces were incomparably pale. How terrifying would it be if a Finger Profound realm expert did not hesitate to drop his realm to use this move? Is Li Changxing really going to die here? At this moment, at the peak of the mountain, as Imufeng merged the 2 Dharma artifacts into one, the howling wind at the top of the mountain suddenly stopped. Countless black qi gathered in his hands from all directions. If one were to sense it carefully, they would find that the black qi was actually the baleful yin qi buried deep in the ground, and now it was being extracted. Even the legendary Earth Immortals could not withstand the erosion of the baleful yin qi. The sickle of the Death God could gather the baleful yin qi in one place and condense it into the light of the Death God to attack the enemy. It could be said to be a fatal blow. However, the energy required to gather the baleful yin qi was terrifying. No wonder even Imufeng, who was at the Finger Profound realm, was unwilling to use it easily. It's true that very few people can stop the baleful yin qi attacking the enemy, but it doesn't mean that there is none. Li Changxing shook his head gently. The 9 revolutions of the divine demon happened to be a cultivation technique that used the baleful yin qi to temper the body. When Imufeng planned to use the baleful yin qi to deal with Li Changxing, the outcome was already decided. This is fate. Li Changxing could not help but sigh. Kill! Imufeng roared. The sickle of the Death God, which was formed by the two Dharma artifacts, suddenly emitted a black light and slashed at Li Changxing with the baleful yin qi. At the same time, blood flowed out of Yimufeng's 7 orifices, and his clothes were soaked in blood. This attack had cost him 10 years of hard work. It could be said that he had lost 800 of his own to injure the enemy. The baleful yin qi turned into a black dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws in the sky, and even the void was distorted wherever it passed. Li Changxing, you should be honored to die under my sickle of the death god today. Yimufeng's eyes were filled with madness at this moment. Using this move meant that his idea of dominating the cultivation world would fail, and even his position as the #1 expert in Miaojiang would be lost. However, he had no other choice. Li Changxing was such a powerful enemy. If he could not kill him, it would be a disaster for him and the Dragon God Temple. Die! Yimufeng stared at Li Changxing in the sky with his eyes wide open. However, what he saw was a scene that he could never believe. The moment the mighty baleful yin qi approached Li Changxing suddenly opened his mouth and swallowed all the baleful yin qi. After that, there was no reaction. How could this be? Yimufeng's eyes widened completely. In the next moment, Li Changxing rushed down from the sky, and his fist blasted out with surging energy, hitting Yimufeng's chest. You swallowed the baleful yin qi and didn't die? At this moment, Yimufeng was still in shock. By the time he reacted, the fist had already hit his chest. Bang! There was a loud bang. Yimufeng's body brushed against the ground and flew out of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, everyone looked at the sky. That seems to be the Dragon God Temple Master, Yimufeng. Why did he seem to be sent flying? What's going on? Shouldn't it be Li Changxing who was sent flying? Amidst everyone's doubts and surprise, a figure flew out like a big bird and quickly rushed towards Yimufeng. Then, he stepped on Yimufeng's chest from the sky and smashed to the ground like a meteor. Boom! A deep pit was smashed in the ground. In a burst of smoke and dust, a young figure appeared in front of everyone. It was Li Changxing. At his feet, the Dragon God Temple Master Yimufeng's eyes were bulging, and the corners of his mouth were full of blood. It seemed that he was no longer alive. Tens of thousands of people at the foot of the mountain fell into a daze at this moment. This was a result that no one had expected. The next day the news spread. Yimufeng, a profound finger expert, was killed at the Saint Martial Mountain. All the cultivation sects in the world were shocked. Li Changxing was revered as a legend. Li Changxing looked deeply at the woman and didn't say anything. He knew that there were many grudges that wouldn't be resolved so easily. Liao Mo, who was next to him, tiptoed and tried to slip away. However, he suddenly felt a powerful force descend on him after he walked a few meters away. Then, he was picked up like a chicken and thrown to Li Changxing's feet. When he raised his head, he saw Li Changxing's half-smiling gaze. Mr. Li, Liao Mo stammered. Mr. Li, you are now a legend in the cultivation world. I think you won't care about a petty person like me. Liao Mo's body was trembling. Didn't you say you were going to teach me a lesson? Why, are you trying to slip away? Just as Liao Mo was about to say something, he saw Li Changxing suddenly kick him in the stomach. Liao Mo's whole body flew out like a football and landed dozens of meters away. At this time, he heard Li Changxing's cold voice. I'm afraid that killing you will dirty my hands. This is just a small lesson for you. I hope you will remember it in the future. Otherwise, you will die without a burial place sooner or later. After saying that, Li Changxing no longer paid any attention to him. Instead, he looked at Lu Chong and said, I heard that you are traveling in Miaojiang. Are you interested in going back to the capital with me? Well, Lu Chong hesitated and glanced at his disciple, Azu. With Li Changxing's current status, if he could follow by Li Changxing's side, there would naturally be great benefit. However, his disciples' family had all died at Li Changxing's hands. Although it could be said that Dao Yu and his daughter had brought this upon themselves, in the end, it would still be a sore point. Seemingly aware of Lu Chang's thoughts, Azu smiled and said, "Master, if you want to go to the capital, we will go together. Although I hate him, I know it's not his fault." Hearing that his disciple was so considerate, Lu Chong couldn't help but feel a little moved. He cupped his hands and said to Li Changxing, "Mr. Li, if you don't mind, then I will eat and drink with you for a while. Changxing, we are also going back to Mount Shu sect. I will go to the capital to find you in a few days." Ding Qingxue walked to Li Changxing's side. After saying that, her face was already pink. "Goodbye, Mr. Li." Ding Qingyang, Mount Shu elder Yufeng, Sima Changkong, and the others all went forward to say goodbye. After this, Li Changxing officially embarked on the road back to the capital. However, he didn't know that someone had been waiting for a long time in the capital. In a villa in the capital, the young master of the Wang family, Wang Shua, one of the 4 young masters of the capital, was sitting on the sofa. Opposite him was an old man in a Taoist robe. Although the old man was wearing a Taoist robe, he didn't have the demeanor of an immortal. Instead, he looked fierce. Behind the old man, there was a row of disciples in red standing neatly. "Elder Gu, is what you said true?" Wang Shua stared at the old man in front of him, looking a little excited. "Of course. Do you think I left Miaojiang and came to the capital to lie to you? Li Changxing killed a successor disciple of my Danyang sect in Miaojiang. I can't wait to tear him into pieces. As long as you cooperate with me and kill Li Changxing, the Wang family will not only be able to return to the capital, but also become the top family in the capital." "Then what do you need me to do, Elder Gu?" Wang Shua's eyes were full of scorching light. "Li Changxing is very powerful. He just killed the temple master of Dragon Temple. I can't deal with him alone, but it's still very easy to kill him with the help of the whole Danyang sect. But I'm afraid that he's too cunning. It's very difficult to encircle and annihilate him. I heard that your fiancée has a relationship with Li Changxing. You just need to let her lead Li Changxing to the place I designed, and then it'll be done." "Okay." Wang Shua thought for a moment and nodded. "Leave it to me. But since Li Changxing is so powerful, can you really kill him?" "Ha ha!" Elder Gu couldn't help laughing out loud. Now it's said that the temple master of Dragon Temple was a mysterious finger realm expert who was killed by Li Changxing. But I've cultivated for 150 years, and I know better than anyone how difficult it is to break through the mysterious finger realm. People must be exaggerating. The temple master of Dragon Temple is at most half a step into the mysterious finger realm. Li Changxing must have used some magic weapon to kill him. After all, the power of magic weapon is not the power of oneself. The whole Danyang sect will attack together, and we have the power to kill a mysterious finger realm expert. As long as Li Changxing falls into the encirclement, he will die. After the Danyang sect elder finished speaking, Wang Shua's heart was finally at ease. He breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Okay, Elder Gu. I wish us a happy cooperation." Chapter 460. Li Changxing, with your current status, even if it's the headmaster of the major sects, as long as you wave your hand, they will be willing to follow you. Why did you choose me? Embarking on the road back to the capital with Li Changxing, Lu Chong finally couldn't help but ask the doubts in his heart. In his view, his strength was really not worth mentioning in the entire cultivation world. Why would Li Changxing invite him to the capital? Although the headmaster of the major sects are much stronger than you, but these people have their own sections. They must consider the interests of their own sections. But you are different. You only have Aju as your disciple, so I am more at ease with you. To tell you the truth, I let people build a big villa in the capital. I set up a set of array on the mountain. After returning to the capital, I will use the array to cultivate, and there must be a person in charge inside and outside. My array uses dragon chi to nourish yin chi, and it also has the effect of gathering spiritual energy. You and your master will get twice the result with half the effort if you cultivate there. As long as you help me take care of the things inside and outside, when I come out, there will be another reward. Of course, if you are not willing, I will not force you. Willing, of course, I am willing. As soon as Li Chongqing's voice fell, Lu Chong hurriedly answered. Not to mention anything else, when they parted, Li Chongqing's finger tapped on Su Yu's eyebrows. Looking at Su Yu's expression, they knew that she got a great benefit. This was enough to prove that if they worked for Li Chongqing would never treat them and his master unfairly. Moreover, they were traveling in Miaojiang. In addition to looking for medicinal herbs, they also wanted to find a suitable place for cultivation. Li Chongqing was now recognized as the #1 person in the cultivation world, and there was a free array to gather spiritual energy. Where could they find such a comfortable place? As long as you are willing. After Li Chongqing finished speaking, he closed his eyes again. They were sitting on a bus. The bus was unusually bumpy, but they could see that Li Chongqing was sitting there cross-legged. In fact, his body did not touch the seat. Instead, he maintained a distance of 1 centimeter from the seat. Therefore, no matter how the bus shook, his body was as steady as Mount Tai. At the beginning, Azu was a little confused. How could Li Chongqing cultivate peacefully on such a bumpy ride? Later, with the guidance of her master Lu Chong, she found the abnormality of Li Chongqing. She couldn't help being stunned. She and Lu Chong had also learned Dao techniques for a period of time, so she naturally knew how extraordinary Li Chongqing's move was. The car stopped at a county town in Yuanjiang. This was the place where Li Chongqing was captured by that guy surnamed He. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the last car to reach the nearby city had already left, so they could only stay here for the night. Mr. Li, I have a friend who lives in this town. Why don't we stay at his place for a night? I can catch up with him after not seeing him for so many years. Lu Chong asked. Okay. The small hotel nearby looked dirty and messy from the outside, and Li Chongqing didn't expect it to be very clean inside. It would be a good choice to go to Lu Chong's friend's place. Hearing Li Chongqing's agreement, Lu Chong suddenly showed joy. He originally planned to take his disciple Azu to visit his friend's place after visiting the St. Martial Mountain, but he changed his mind after meeting Li Chongqing. It would be very good if he could meet his friend on the way. They soon came to a manor. Looking around, the manor covered an area of more than 10 acres. There were 2 guards standing at the door. Obviously, their identities were not ordinary. When the 3 of them came to the door, a guard immediately asked with a cold face, "Who are you? What do you want to do with my family?" The guard seemed to be quite vigilant. Lu Chong immediately stood up and said proudly, "Go and tell your master that Lu Chong is here." Lu Chong? Are you Master Lu? When the guard heard this, he showed a bit of fear. My master is not at home now. He went to a banquet. Since you are Master Lu, why don't you wait inside first? The guard said with awe. A banquet? Lu Chong frowned. He had told Li Chongqing that he would only stay here for 1 night. If he waited for his friend to come back from the banquet, he would probably not be able to see him until midnight. Therefore, Lu Chong immediately said to the guard, "I have something to ask your master about. Can you take me there?" "Yes." The guard nodded without hesitation. "Then please wait for a moment, sir. I'll go in and report to the steward and get a car out." "Okay." After saying that, the guard immediately rushed into the house. "He seems to be afraid of you?" Looking at Lu Chong's arrogant look at the moment, Li Chongqing said with a smile. Lu Chong immediately returned to his original state and said with a smile, "Sir, I was a little too proud. I once followed my master to the land of Miaojiang. At that time, I was young and frivolous. I also made some reputation. To tell you the truth, in many places of Miaojiang, the name Lu Chong is also very famous." "So that's how it is." Li Chongqing smiled and did not speak. "Everyone has been young and frivolous. It's understandable." Soon, the guard drove a jeep out. "It's good to be able to drive such a car in such a remote place." After getting in the car, Lu Chong explained to Li Chongqing. His friend's ancestor was a chieftain. Later, the chieftain was banned, and the whole family lived in seclusion in this small town. Although his family is no longer as prosperous as before, it still has a great reputation in this land of Miaojiang. Many people come to visit him every year. Li Chongqing nodded. A skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. The chieftain of the past was equivalent to a feudal lord, and their inheritance was longer than a dynasty. Even if their descendants can't reproduce the glory of their ancestors, the power they have can't be underestimated. The car drove for about an hour on the road before arriving in front of a big house. From afar, one can see that the courtyard is brightly lit. When approaching, Li Chongqing noticed that there are many hidden sentries. It can be said that the security is tight. The jeep stopped in front of the door, and people immediately surrounded it. "We are from the An family. We have something to report to our patriarch." The guard came down from the car and said to the people in front of him. Hearing that it was the An family, the vigilance on the guard's face disappeared, but he didn't let them in directly. Instead, he let someone go in to report first. After a while, they stepped aside and the guard drove straight into the courtyard. Then, he led Li Chongqing and the other two into the hall. As soon as they walked into the hall, they saw a young man coming out. After seeing the guard, he frowned and said, "Why are you not guarding the door at home? What are you doing here? Did something happen at home?" The guard hurriedly shook his head and pointed to Li Chongqing and the other two and said, "This is Master Lu." "Master Lu?" The young man frowned and suddenly thought of something. His face instantly showed a respectful expression. "You are the Master Lu that my father mentioned many times, the one who has magical powers?" The young man's eyes showed excitement in an instant. It was like a person who had been hungry for 10 days and suddenly saw a big delicious bun. Even Lu Chong was confused for a moment. Although he and his good friend were close friends, there was no need for his good friend's son to be so excited to see him. Chapter 461. While Lu Chong was puzzled, he heard a deep voice. What's going on?" He looked up and saw a middle-aged man striding over. When he saw Lu Chong, his eyes were as excited as his son's. "Master Lu Chong, you're here?" The father and son looked at Lu Chong as if they had seen their savior. This made Lu Chong even more puzzled. "Brotherin, I just happened to pass by with my friends and wanted to see you. Did something happen to you?" Seeing the father and son's reaction, Lu Chong vaguely guessed something. Hearing Lu Chong's question, An Yulin could not help but let out a long sigh. "Brother Lu, you don't know. My An family is really in trouble this time. Listen to me slowly." An Yulin gestured for them to move and they walked in. There were about 50 to 60 people in the hall. When they saw An Yulin leading Lu Chong over, they all looked curious. An Yulin first introduced them to Lu Chong. "These are some of the famous people in the vicinity. The reason why they are gathered here is all because of a monster that has been causing trouble recently." "Monster?" Lu Chong looked puzzled. "What monster?" It turned out that strange things had been happening in this town for the past few months. The chickens, ducks, and livestock in the town were mysteriously disappearing every day. It was originally thought that it was caused by the beasts in the mountains. However, just a few days ago, people began to disappear one after another. This alerted the people in the town. And Yulin lived in seclusion in this town and was highly respected. Therefore, he took the initiative to investigate. However, he found out that the culprit was a 20-meter-long monster. Just as Yulin was about to continue investigating, he learned that all the Miao tribes within a few hundred miles had been attacked by the monster. After tracking and investigating, they found traces of the monster. It lived in a cave 100 miles away. All the major forces in the area joined forces to capture the monster and see what it was. In the end, hundreds of people gathered and entered the cave, but none of them survived. Therefore, they gathered here today to discuss how to deal with the monster. The monster first stole livestock, then it didn't even let people go, and Yulin was talking non-stop. 20-meter long, could the monster be? When Li Chongqing heard the other party's story, a word suddenly popped up in his mind: python. At this time, Yulin had already led them to the innermost part of the hall. He then introduced Lu Chong to the crowd. This is Master Lu Chong. He is proficient in Dao techniques and is an otherworldly expert. Master Lu's divine power is unparalleled. He will definitely be able to deal with that monster. Hearing Yulin's words, everyone was overjoyed. And Yulin and his son looked at Lu Chong with hope. Its body is more than 20 meters long. If I'm not wrong, it should be a python. In the past, there were many ancient inheritances in the land of Miaojiang. They raised snakes for a living. Occasionally, there would be a python that escaped the control of its owner and became wild. It's a common thing to bring disaster to the world. Lu Chong spoke frankly. Over the years, I've traveled the world and killed many snakes and insects. Although this snake is more powerful than ordinary snakes, it's not a problem. Hearing Lu Chong's words, the father and son heaved a sigh of relief. Besides, this Mr. Li beside me is also an expert in Dao technique. Getting rid of this little python is just a piece of cake for him. Lu Chong brought out Li Chongqing. Everyone in the field was curious. The father and son had praised Lu Chong so highly, but Lu Chong actually said that this young man in his 20s was more powerful than him, which made everyone feel a little incredulous. A python that has evolved into a spirit beast can be easily killed by you. You're really arrogant. A cold voice was heard. Everyone in the field looked back and saw a young woman in a Taoist robe appear at the door. Beside her was a young man with a hooked nose, who was also wearing a Taoist robe. His eyes were shining, giving people a very fierce feeling. Spirit beast? Hearing her words, Lu Chong frowned. Beasts were generally divided into several levels: wild beasts, savage beasts, spirit beasts, and divine beasts. Wild beasts were commonly seen in the wild. Except for innately powerful beasts such as tigers and leopards, they were almost no threat to humans. Savage beasts generally referred to wild beasts that had just awakened their bloodline power. Their bodies were stronger than ordinary wild beasts, but they had not yet developed their intelligence. They belonged to the incomplete form of spirit beasts. Spirit beasts already knew how to cultivate their bodies. They were often powerful and difficult to deal with. If Red was a savage beast, Lu Chong was confident that he could kill it with the help of a magic artifact. However, spirit beasts were different, especially spirit beasts that were more than 1,000 years old. They were extremely powerful. Not only were they not afraid of swords and sabers, but they could also use magic. They were equivalent to the innate realm of cultivators. Lu Chong could only run away when he encountered such an existence. Just as the other party said, if the python was a spirit beast, it was definitely not something that Lu Chong could deal with. If it's really a spirit beast, then I can't deal with it. But can you guys deal with it? Lu Chong was a little unconvinced. He enjoyed the feeling of being admired by everyone. Now that he was being undermined by the other party, he immediately felt a little unhappy. Of course we can deal with it. This time we're here for this python. The woman said proudly. I'm also from this town. 10 years ago, I joined the Yunqing sacred ground to learn Tao. When I heard that my father wrote to me that many livestock in the town had disappeared, I judged that there was a spirit beast and rushed back with my senior brother. You're Lu Royun, the daughter of the Lu family? I remember now. In the crowd, a middle-aged man said loudly. Even an Yulin came to a realization. That's great. I heard that you went to learn from a master at a very young age. I didn't expect you to learn immortal cultivation. With you and Master Lu joining forces, we will definitely be able to eliminate that monster. Upon hearing in Yulin's words, the woman curled her lips in disdain. What Master Lu? He hasn't even broken through to the Khanate realm. Fortunately, you didn't count on him. Otherwise, you would only be delivering food to the python. As she spoke, she pointed at the man beside her and introduced, "This is my senior brother, Bai Chen. He's a true disciple of the Yunqing sacred ground. With him around, we will definitely be able to easily kill that python." At this point, the woman looked at Bai Chen with admiration. I wonder if a true disciple of the Yunqing sacred ground is as powerful as Fairy Qinglan? Lu Chong curled his lips in disdain. I saw many experts at St. Martial Mountain this time, but why didn't I see your senior brother? Lu Royun's face immediately darkened. Fairy Qinglan was the #1 genius of the Yunqing sacred ground and the daughter of the sect master, perfected Yun He. Bai Chen was only an ordinary true disciple. How could he compare to her? Chapter 462. Although I'm inferior to junior sister Qinglan, I'm definitely 100 times stronger than a master like you who fishes for fame. The Yunqing sect's youth, Bai Chen, took a step forward and looked at Lu Chong coldly. Who are you calling fishes for fame? Lu Chong immediately lost it. I'm naturally talking about you. If you're not convinced, let's spar a few times. The sword in Bai Chen's hand suddenly unsheathed and transformed into a cold beam that charged at Lu Chong. Good timing! Lu Chong shouted. His palms danced, and his clothes fluttered despite the lack of wind. He then pounced forward with both hands, hoping to clamp the other party's sword. However, he only managed to clamp down on an afterimage the next moment. By the time he reacted, a sword filled with cold light was already pressed against his throat. If it advanced a few centimeters, it would pierce his throat. Beads of sweat immediately appeared on Lu Chong's forehead. What trash! Bai Chen suddenly retracted his sword with a cold expression. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Bai Chen's sword was too fast. By the time they reacted, the outcome had already been decided. How is it, Master Lu? Do you still dare to look down on my senior brother? Lu Royun said smugly. Lu Chong wiped the cold sweat off his head. A hint of fear flashed across his eyes, but he didn't dare to boast any more. The other party was indeed much stronger than him. Mr. Li. Lu Chong couldn't help but look at Li Chongqing with a hopeful gaze. He knew Li Chongqing's strength. As long as he took action, he would definitely be able to get back at him. Unexpectedly, Li Chongqing shook his head and whispered, "When we reach the capital, I'll teach you a cultivation technique. You will be able to crush him sooner or later. You have to take back what you have lost with your own hand." Upon hearing Li Chongqing's words, the depression on Lu Chong's face disappeared. He hurriedly lowered his head and said, "Thank you, Mr. Li. Master Lu, you and this immortal Bai are both immortal-like figures. Don't hurt our friendship. Quickly sit down inside. Let's discuss how to deal with the flying python." And Yulin hurriedly stood up to smooth things over. When Lu Chong heard Li Chongqing's words, his mood had already recovered. He didn't say anything else and nodded. And Yulin and his son arranged for Li Chongqing and the others to take a seat inside and let their son, and Huai, stay behind to talk to Li Chongqing and the others. He hurriedly went to entertain Bai Chen and Lu Ruiyun. After Lu Chong lost to Bai Chen, His status in the family's patriarch, Yulin's heart had plummeted. After a long time, Yulin returned from Bai Chen's table and apologized. "I'm really sorry. I got too engrossed in my conversation with Immortal Bai and left my old friend hanging here. I can't feel at ease." "It's all right." Lu Chong smiled and introduced him to Yulin. "This is Mr. Li." "Hello, Mr. Li." Yulin casually shook hands with Li Chongxing. Clearly, Yulin didn't take Lu Chong's introduction that Li Chongxing was a person more resourceful than him. Even Lu Chong would probably still be chatting with Bai Chen and Lu Ruoyun if not for the fact that they had been good friends for many years. "Master Lu, young Master Bai Chen said that we will deal with the python tomorrow morning. What do you think? If it were up to me, we would set off at 6 tomorrow morning and eliminate this harmful thing as soon as possible. The people in town can also sleep in peace." And Yulin said that he was seeking Lu Chong's opinion, but it was actually equivalent to informing Lu Chong of tomorrow's departure time. Lu Chong couldn't help but look at Li Chongxing. According to their original route, they would leave by car tomorrow. Furthermore, with Bai Chen and Lu Ruoyun around, it was redundant for them to stay. Unexpectedly, Li Chongxing nodded and said, "All right, let's go take a look tomorrow." Although Bai Chen and Lu Ruoyun had already determined that the thing was a spirit beast, Li Chongxing felt that it was very likely something else. If it was really such a thing, Li Chongxing would have profited. Therefore, he decided to stay. Furthermore, if it was really such a thing, Bai Chen and Lu Ruoyun wouldn't be able to deal with it. They would only be sending themselves to their death. Lu Chong was a little puzzled, but he didn't dare to ask further. When Yulin and his son went to greet Bai Chen and Lu Ruoyun, he whispered, "Sir, since they have Bai Chen to help them deal with the python, why should we join in the fun?" Lu Chong was a little unhappy. After all, he had kindly agreed to help back then. But after seeing that Lu Chong was no match for Bai Chen, the tycoons present, apart from Yulin and his son, didn't seem to care about him out of their past friendship. Even Yulin and his son spent most of their time expressing their goodwill to Bai Chen and Lu Ruoyun. They returned to the family's mansion and stayed the night. The next day, they gathered at the square in the middle of town with Yulin and his son. People from various large factions in a radius of hundreds of kilometers were also gathered here. More than 300 young and strong lads were also gathered here. At 6 o'clock, Bai Chen and Lu Ruoyun appeared punctually. More than 100 off-road vehicles were heading towards the python's cave. After walking for about an hour, they arrived at a large mountain. They stopped the car by the side of the road. The road inside was rugged and dangerous, so they could only walk in on foot. After walking for about half an hour, they arrived at the foot of a large mountain. And Yulin introduced that the python's cave was behind the mountain. At this moment, Bai Chen stood forward and began assigning missions to the 300 young men. She gave each of them a talisman. Then, he instructed them to stand according to the predetermined positions when they entered the room. Li Chongxing could tell at a glance that this was an array formation. With a talisman in hand, even an ordinary person could play a significant role. It had to be said that Bai Chen was indeed capable. "All right, let's set off now." As soon as Bai Chen finished speaking, everyone walked in. Lu Chong, Li Chongxing, and Zhu also followed the crowd and walked inside. At this moment, Lu Ruoyun blocked their path. "Why are the three of you going in? My senior brother is enough to kill that python. Can't we go in and watch the fun?" Lu Chong said angrily. "Of course, it's fine to watch the fun. Don't brag to others that you were the one who killed the python after senior brother and I kill it." With that said, she smiled coldly and turned to catch up to Bai Chen, who was walking in front. It turned out that the Lu family's eldest daughter was actually afraid that Lu Chong would steal her credit on her first trip to slay demons. "I, Lu Chong, have traveled the world all these years. Who knows how many demons I've killed? Why would I steal her credit? What a joke! Lu Chong was very displeased. Li Chongqing only smiled and didn't say anything. True cultivation experts hid their achievements and fame, but Lu Ruoyun cared so much about these false reputations. Such a temperament destined her future achievements to be limited. Chapter 463. The few of them entered deep into the mountains and came to a cliff. They saw a 3-meter-tall and 4-meter-wide square cave above them. Black fog filled the cave entrance, and Yulin pointed at the cave and said, "This is where the monster lives. We used the drone to film it entering last time." Upon hearing in Yulin's words, Bai Chun nodded and instructed the people behind her, "Put the explosives in and blast open the cave entrance to force the python out." Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, the people behind her didn't dare to be negligent. More than 10 people walked out and carefully approached the cave entrance before burying the explosive. Then, everyone collectively retreated more than 50 meters before igniting the explosive. With a loud rumble, the entire ground shook and flames rose from the cave. Bang! A huge pit more than 10 meters deep was blasted open. Everyone stared intently at the cave entrance. After the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, there was no movement inside. Could it be that the python isn't in the cave? Bai Chen drew her sword and was about to step forward to investigate when she heard a strange cry come from the cave. Howl! A black figure rushed out from inside. It was a huge snake shadow. Its entire body was pitch black, and it emitted a faint black glow. There was a protrusion on its head. The moment the python appeared, it was clearly stunned when it saw so many people. Its eyes then revealed a bloodthirsty glint as if it was a hungry ghost that had seen food. It rushed toward the crowd, and a commotion immediately broke out in the crowd. This was a python. Humans were a little afraid of such things to begin with, much less something that could eat humans. Everyone, don't be afraid. Listen to my orders and immediately set up a formation. Unrelated people, retreat. Bai Chun gave the order. Although the 300-strong young men were afraid, they were still warriors of the Miaojiang tribe. They stood in their previous positions, held the yellow talismans in their hands, and chanted. Yellow light rose from their bodies and gathered in front of them to form an 8 trigrams pattern that emitted a bright light. The black python subconsciously took 2 steps back when it was illuminated by the light. The vigilant crowd immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Who knew that before a smile could appear on his face, the python would let out a strange cry and rush towards the 8 trigrams pattern that had converged together. Bang! With just one hit, the 8 trigrams pattern was shattered, and the more than 300 young men who had set up the formation simultaneously spat out blood. How can he be so strong? This time, even Bai Chun and her senior brother's expressions changed. Everyone, don't panic. Watch me. Bai Chun shouted and took a step forward, leaping into the air. The sword in her hand emitted a cold glow as she slashed at the python. Come on, senior brother. Lu Ruoyun shouted loudly. She was very confident in her senior brother. Young hero Bai, you can do it. A burst of cheers came from the crowd. Although the python was very frightening, Bai Chun had leaped more than 5 to 6 meters into the air. Furthermore, his slash was awe-inspiring and produced a whistling sound in the air. It looked very powerful, filling everyone with confidence in him. Die. Bai Chun slashed at the python's head. He used all his strength in this strike. As a congenital realm expert, as far as he was concerned, this strike of the sword was sufficient to kill the python. However, when the sword beam slashed at the python's head, it emitted a metallic clang and produced a series of sparks. He then saw the python remain unscathed after being slashed. Instead, it raised its head, bared its teeth, and spat out its tongue at him. Then, its head slammed into Bai Chen's chest, sending Bai Chen flying backward. He landed 10 meters away and took 7 to 8 steps back before stabilizing himself. His face was filled with shock. Copper head, iron bones, and black gold skin. Could it be a demigod beast? Bai Chen's expression changed completely. A demigod beast was equivalent to a cultivator at the Vajra realm. In particular, this python was an anomaly in the world. Its physique was abnormally strong, and ordinary Vajra realm experts couldn't withstand it. At this moment, the black gold python pounced at the crowd without stopping after sending Bai Chen flying. A young man didn't react in time and had his neck bitten by the python. Then, the python opened its mouth and swallowed him. In just a few seconds, he was swallowed whole, leaving not even a trace of him. At this moment, everyone was scared out of their wits and ran for their lives. They originally thought that Bai Chen could easily kill the python with her strength. So many people came to broaden their horizons. Nobody expected the python to be so ferocious. Senior brother. Lu Ruoyun rushed in front of Bai Chen. However, Bai Chen pushed her away. Junior sister, this python has already evolved to a demigod beast. It's definitely not something we can subdue. Let me hold it back now. Quickly escape and return to the sect to get the sect master to deal with it. Otherwise, the birth of a demigod beast will definitely bring disaster to the world. This. Lu Ruoyun had a hesitant look on her face. Bai Chen immediately panicked. Junior sister, this python is equivalent to a Vajra realm expert. If you don't leave, we will all die here. With that said, he took a step forward, jumped up, and rushed toward the black gold python. His face was filled with determination. On the other side, the people who had come to watch had almost all fled in the blink of an eye. Only Li Chongqing, Lu Chong, and Ah Zhu remained. All right, senior brother. I'll definitely avenge you. Lu Ruoyun's face was already covered in tears. She knew very well how terrifying a demigod beast was. Her senior brother had stayed behind to block the python and create a chance for them to escape. He was already prepared to die. She turned around and was about to leave when she saw Li Chongqing and company still standing in their spots. She couldn't help but say, "What are you waiting for? Run." My senior brother exchanged his life for this opportunity. It'll be too late if you don't run. Lu Chong shook his head. There's no need to run. Mr. Li hasn't taken action yet. Ah Zhu nodded as well. Although this monster is powerful, Mr. Li will definitely be able to take it down. Upon hearing the master-disciple duo's words, Lu Ruoyun instantly laughed in exasperation. Mr. Li? Just him? Can't you see that even my senior brother can't block it? How can he block it? Run quickly. It'll be too late if you don't. As soon as she said that, she couldn't help but shake her head when she saw that Li Chongqing and company didn't move. Since you want to wait for death, do as you wish. Lu Ruoyun immediately spread her body and fled into the distance. However, after fleeing 100 meters, she subconsciously looked back and saw a scene that she would never forget. Her senior brother rushed in front of the python but was sent flying by the black gold python again. Just as the black gold python was about to charge forward, a figure appeared in front of Bai Chen and faced the python. The figure was none other than Li Chongqing. Chapter 464. What is this Li guy doing? Is he sending himself to his death? At this moment, many people, who had already fled hundreds of meters away, looked back in surprise when they saw this scene. Even young hero Bai Chen can't withstand this python's attack. How does this Li Chongqing dare to charge forward? And Yulin and his son were even more dumbfounded. Master Lu, run quickly. It'll be too late if you don't run now. And Yulin shouted from afar when he saw Master Lu and his disciple standing there in a daze. However, Master Lu and his disciple acted as if they didn't hear him. At this moment, Bai Chen was already in complete despair. He originally thought that he was only dealing with a spirit beast, so he was full of confidence. This was because the Yunqing sect had a mystic technique that could control spirit beasts. If he could obtain a spirit beast as a subordinate, his strength would definitely increase greatly. This was also the reason why he agreed to Lu Ruoyun's request to leave the mountain. However, he never expected that this python had already evolved into a demigod beast, equivalent to a human Vajra realm expert. This was a rare occurrence in 1,000 years, yet he actually encountered it. He knew that someone had to step forward and sacrifice themselves to block the python. Only then would the others have a chance to escape. Otherwise, they would probably die here if they blew up the cave abode and angered the demigod beast. Bai Chen wasn't a great person, but he was the only one who could block the python. Therefore, he could only do so. He originally thought that he could stall for a while, but he didn't expect to be defeated so quickly. Bai Chen smiled bitterly. The demigod beast's strength far exceeded his expectations. He closed his eyes and waited for the final moment to arrive. However, nothing happened after more than 10 seconds. When he opened his eyes, he saw a figure standing in front of him. This figure was very familiar. It's the young man surnamed Li who's with Master Lu. Is he crazy? He actually came out at this time. The person walking with Master Lu was probably also a cultivator. However, he was ultimately too young and didn't know how terrifying a demigod beast was. He had only stepped forward to accompany Bai Chen on his way to the netherworld. However, it was probably useless even if he didn't step forward. With the terror of a demigod beast, no one present could survive. Friend, you're very brave. Unfortunately, you're as stupid as me. Bai Chen laughed out loud. At this moment, people said that there was great fear between life and death, but he was somewhat free and easy. At this time, the python had lost its patience. It let out a strange cry and rushed toward Li Changsheng. The python's face was extremely ugly, and its head was covered with thick scales. Its body had completely changed into a strange appearance. There were 4 claws under its abdomen, which were somewhat similar to the dragon claws of the dragon god temple lord in his half-dragon form. The black scale armor was light gold, and as it rushed towards Li Changsheng, the power it brought with it caused the air to rumble. It was a black gold python, and a rare true dragon bloodline. His body had a trace of the ancient true dragon's bloodline. After awakening the bloodline, he had a chance of growing into an ancient true dragon. In the mirror world, he would be many times stronger than the average half-divine beast. It would take at least 1,000 years for a semi-divine beast to be born. The python already had some intelligence, and the semi-divine beast could already think. If I give you another 1,000 years, you might be able to improve further and evolve into a divine dragon. When the time comes, you can roam the world. Unfortunately, you met me today. Li Changxing muttered to himself. When the semi-divine beast rushed in front of him, he suddenly raised his fist and punched. This punch looked ordinary and didn't seem to have much strength. However, when it touched the semi-divine beast's body, it suddenly emitted a sonic boom. Boom! Like a muffled thunderclap, countless fist forces surged out with his fist and blasted at the semi-divine beast's chest. Bang! The fist first smashed into the semi-divine beast's scale armor, shattering it. The fist force then surged into the semi-divine beast's body. Bang! Under Bai Chen's surprised gaze and the shocked gazes of Lu Ruoyun and the others who had run 100 meters away, the 20-meter-tall semi-divine beast was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string. It landed on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Holy sh*t! Bai Chen was the first to exclaim. The people in the distance, who were fleeing for their lives, subconsciously stopped in their tracks. This scene was too shocking. It turned out that this youth, whom they had ignored, was the true powerhouse. A semi-divine beast is nothing much. Li Chongqing shook his head and walked towards the place where the semi-divine beast had landed. If this punch had landed on an ordinary Vajra realm expert, they would probably have been killed with a single punch. However, a python's body was many times stronger than a human's. Furthermore, Li Chongqing had followed them because of this python. He's only in his 20s. When did such a powerhouse appear in Miaojiang? Bai Chen's heart was in turmoil like a raging wave. He had seen everyone from the 6 Holy Lands, but there didn't seem to be anyone who matched Li Chongqing's appearance. That's not right. There isn't anyone from the 6 Holy Lands, but an expert with the surname Li recently appeared. He's young, but his physical strength is unparalleled. Could he be the Middle-earth Sword Alliance's alliance master, Li Chongqing, who just defeated the Dragon God Temple's Hall master, Yimufeng? When Bai Chen thought of this, a look of enlightenment appeared in his eyes. If it's Li Chongqing, everything can be explained. He can even kill the Dragon God Temple's Hall master, Yimufeng. Although this semi-divine beast is strong, it's just an ant in front of him. Howl! In the distance, the semi-divine beast that had been sent flying by Li Chongqing slowly crawled to its feet. Its blood-red eyes were filled with violent killing intent. It seems like your intelligence isn't low. Li Chongqing smiled faintly. However, you're ultimately not smart enough. If I were you, I would have long run away. With that said, Li Chongqing suddenly raised his fist and punched in the semi-divine beast's direction from more than 10 meters away. Boom! This punch was like a surging river. A transparent fist force stirred up a turbulent wind and smashed toward the semi-divine beast. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the semi-divine beast, which had just stood up, seemed to have been hit by a high-speed train. Its body was stuck in the ground for hundreds of meters, and it didn't stop until it smashed a huge rock the size of a house into pieces. This python, which had cultivated for thousands of years, lay there motionless after being punched. From afar, one could see that its body had already deformed when it collided with the boulder. Despite being dozens of meters away, the power of this punch was terrifying. It made everyone who witnessed this feel fear as if they had seen heavenly might. Chapter 465. Li Chongqing had punched the python until it was unknown if it was dead or alive. Everyone present looked at him in awe. He was just too strong. This ordinary youth, who no one took seriously, was no different from a god in everyone's eyes. So it's actually the #1 person in the world. To think that I was arrogant. Bai Chen smiled bitterly and bowed. Thank you for saving me, sir. If you have any instructions in the future, just say the word and I'll definitely do my best. Indeed, for Bai Chen, it was equivalent to saving her life for nothing today. If Li Chongqing hadn't taken action, he would have been sucked dry long ago. Li Chongqing was his savior. It was said that a drop of water would be repaid with a gushing spring, let alone a life-saving favor that was greater than the heavens. You're welcome. Li Chongqing smiled faintly. When they first met, Bai Chen only felt that he was very arrogant and a little unruly. But after this matter, Li Chongqing admired him a little. To be able to step forward in a time of danger and choose to hold back the python was a very good character. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Lu Ruoyun and the others returned at this moment. Senior, you're powerful. You killed the python with a raise of your hand, making us admire you. May I know which sect you are from? Lu Ruoyun was far less smart than Bai Chen. She still hadn't guessed Li Chongqing's identity. I'm the leader of the Sword Alliance in Middle-earth. Li Chongqing spoke indifferently. Lu Ruoyun's body immediately trembled. You're the Li Chongqing who defeated the Dragon God Temple's temple master? Her eyes were already gloomy. It hadn't been long since Li Chongqing's battle with the Dragon God Temple's temple master, Yimufeng, and his reputation was at its peak. All the cultivation sects in Miaojiang were discussing his deed. I didn't expect to meet Mr. Li here. I heard that Mr. Li bestowed the witchcraft cult's daughter, Su Yu, a set of witchcraft martial arts. I want to ask Mr. Li to bestow me a set of cultivation techniques. With that said, she looked at Li Chongqing expectantly. However, as soon as she finished speaking, everyone around her was dumbfounded. At that time, you even spoke ill of Mr. Li. Now, you're asking Mr. Li for a cultivation technique. Do you have any shame? Lu Chong was the first to jump out. Bai Chen also revealed an awkward expression. The two of them were neither relatives nor friends, yet the moment they opened their mouths, they asked for the other's cultivation technique. This behavior really made one speechless. As expected, Li Chongqing shook his head. My cultivation method didn't come from nowhere. The reason why I gave it to the sorcerer cult is because I owe the sorcerer cult. As for you, it's impossible for me to pass it to you. What? Being rejected by Li Chongqing on the spot, Lu Ruoyun's face immediately turned ugly. Mr. Li, I'm sincerely asking you for a cultivation method. Can't you be kind enough to give me a set? Do you think it's easy for a woman like me to ask you? How can you be so heartless? I'm hard-hearted? Li Chongqing was completely speechless as he shook his head. It's not that I'm heartless, it's just that you're too thick-skinned. With that said, he turned around and walked toward the spot where the golden python had landed. The reason why he followed them this time wasn't because he wanted to help the people of Miaojiang out of kindness. He was only here for the python. Upon seeing Li Chongqing turn around, Lu Ruoyun's eyes immediately revealed a look of resentment. She shouted, "Well done, Li Chongqing. Since you're so cold, I'll make you regret it one day." With that said, she turned around and left angrily. The family's eldest son, Anhui, originally wanted to go forward and chat with Lu Ruoyun when he saw that she was a cultivator and had an otherworldly aura. However, before he could speak, he was pushed aside by Lu Ruoyun. Mr. Li, I'll remember the favor of saving my life. Farewell. Bai Chen bowed to Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing waved his hand without looking back. Only then did he turn and leave. The remaining representatives from the various factions wanted to step forward to greet Li Chongqing, but Lu Chong waved his hand and dismissed them. In the end, only An Yulin and An Huai were left. Master Lu, what's Mr. Li's background? He's actually so powerful? An Yulin felt like he was dreaming. Even the two inherited teachings disciples of the cloud-clear Holy Land couldn't withstand a single blow from that terrifying python. Yet, it had been easily defeated by Li Chongqing. Mr. Li is the #1 person in the current cultivation world. Not to mention the two inherited teachings disciples, even the elders of their sect have to be respectful when they see him. At this point, Lu Chong couldn't help but raise his chest. Understood, understood. Then, can I invite Mr. Li to my house as a guest? An Yulin asked carefully. Lu Chong looked back at Li Chongqing and shook his head. Mr. Li is rushing back to the capital. I originally wanted to introduce Mr. Li to you yesterday, but you and your father disdained Mr. Li. How can you be cold to a figure like Mr. Li? Upon hearing Lu Chong's words, An Yulin and his son looked at each other and saw regret in each other's eyes. Although the An family was the descendant of the chieftain, they had long lost the prosperity of their ancestors. Li Chongqing had a noble status. If they could befriend him, it would be greatly beneficial to them. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. At this moment, Li Chongqing had already walked to the red-robed python. He saw a huge body lying in a pile of rubble. Its body was somewhat deformed. 1,000-year-old half-mythical beast's body produces a majestic aura. If it's tempered with the capital's dragon aura, it will definitely evolve into a true mythical beast. It can protect my friends and intimidate my enemies. As Li Chongqing spoke, he raised his palm. The python immediately slowly stood up from the ground. It possesses the bloodline of a true dragon. If it becomes my subordinate today, it might be able to attain the Tao and become a true divine dragon in the future. As soon as Li Chongqing said that, he waved his hand. The python's body constantly shrank until it was about 3 inches long. He then stored it in his sleeve. As Li Chongqing and Lu Chong embarked on their journey back to the capital, Lu Ruoyun and her senior brother, Bai Chen, also began returning to the Cloud Clarity Holy Land. Along the way, Lu Ruoyun had a gloomy expression. As she was rather beautiful, very few men had rejected her directly since she was young. This resulted in her having a selfish personality. Junior sister, you don't have to be too angry. The cultivation method is a secret in every sect. How can Mr. Li casually tell you? Didn't he just save your life? Why do you keep mentioning Mr. Li? Why don't you betray your master and just follow Mr. Li? As soon as Lu Ruoyun finished speaking, Bai Chen's expression changed drastically. Junior sister, you can't spout nonsense. If this reaches master or the sect master's ears, it will be terrible. Lu Ruoyun was stunned for a moment before she suddenly smiled. Junior sister, have you thought it through? Bai Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that Lu Ruoyun was a very stubborn person and would easily get into a dead end. I have indeed thought it through. Didn't Li Chongqing bestow the witchcraft cult a witchcraft formulation? Since he isn't willing to bestow it to me, I'll snatch the formulation from the witchcraft cult's hands. This Li Chongqing can defeat the Dragon God Temple's temple master. The formulation he bestowed is definitely not ordinary. Senior brother Bai Chen, what do you think? Let's go to the witchcraft cult and snatch the cultivation method back. When the time comes, we can cultivate it together. It won't be long before our strength can match the top few senior brothers. Upon hearing Lu Ruoyun's words, Bai Chen's expression changed drastically. Junior sister, you can't have such thoughts. Ignoring the fact that the witchcraft cult has many experts, it'll be very difficult for the two of us to snatch the formulation. Even if we snatch the formulation, it was bestowed to the witchcraft cult by Mr. Li. Once Mr. Li learns of it, we won't have a good time. You're a coward. Lu Ruoyun snorted coldly. The witchcraft cult has a sworn enemy, the Heaven Divination cult. As long as we join forces with the Heaven Divination cult, it won't be a problem to destroy the witchcraft cult. Although Li Chongqing defeated the Dragon God Temple's temple master, the Pilyang sect has already sent all its forces to deal with him. He might not be able to live for long. Even if the Pilyang sect can't destroy him, there's another faction in Miaojiang that he definitely can't touch. Are you referring to the Weapon Grandmaster lineage? Bai Chen blurted out, his eyes filled with surprise. That's right. Lu Ruoyun raised her chin smugly. The Weapon Grandmaster lineage is a descendant of Qiyu, the true ruler of Miaojiang. I have a close relationship with the Weapon Grandmaster lineage's eldest daughter. When the time comes, with the Weapon Grandmaster lineage helping me, what's Li Chongqing to me? This. Bai Chen opened his mouth and finally sighed. Upon thinking of how terrifying the Weapon Grandmaster lineage was, he suddenly felt worried for Li Chongqing. Chapter 466. When that Lu woman left, her face was full of resentment. I'm afraid she doesn't have any good intentions. On the plane to Beijing, Lu Chong hesitated for a moment and said to Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing nodded. Of course I know. She's just an ant. There's no need to pay attention to her. If she dares to provoke me, I'll just kill her. Li Chongqing said indifferently. Not to mention Lu Ruoyun from the Yunqing sacred ground, even her sect couldn't afford to provoke Li Chongqing. I'm worried that she has something to do with that force, Lu Chong said with a frown. Which force? Seeing Lu Chong's worried look, Li Chongqing couldn't help but wonder. The 6 sacred grounds of Miaojiang all bowed down to him. Was there any hidden force? There's a real ruler in Miaojiang. That's the descendant of the ancient demon god Qiyu. Even the 6 sacred grounds dare not provoke them. It's said that Qiyu and the Yunqing sacred ground have been in contact over the years. This Lu Ruoyun is a disciple of the Yunqing sacred ground. If she has something to do with Qiyu, it won't be good to sow discord. Seeing Lu Chang's worry, Li Changxing just smiled and said, "She's just a descendant of the demon god Qiyu. If the demon god Qiyu comes to me personally for revenge, I'll pay attention to it. His descendant is nothing in my eyes." After a few hours on the plain, they finally returned to Beijing. Because the villa on the top of the mountain that Li Changxing asked the big families in Beijing to build was not completed, Li Changxing first stayed in Su Xiaolan's villa after returning to Beijing. At the same time, he used a secret method to refine the python that he brought back every day. When he just took out the python, Azu happened to see it. She was so scared that she jumped up and down. It wasn't until she saw the python do many funny things under Li Changxing's orders that she heaved a sigh of relief. "Changxing, I heard that you've been back for a few days. Why didn't you come to see me?" A voice that sounded like a silver bell drifted in. Yi Shuang walked in with a happy face. However, when he saw Zhu standing in the hall, his eyes couldn't help but turn gloomy. Although she knew that such an outstanding man like Li Changxing would definitely not lack women by his side, he had only left Beijing for a few days and had already brought back a woman. Moreover, she lived in the same villa as Li Changxing. Even she did not receive such treatment. Seeing Yi Shuang pouting, Li Changxing couldn't help but smile. "This is the disciple of a friend of mine. She came with me to the capital this time. She has nothing to do with me." Hearing Li Changxing's words, Yi Shuang heaved a sigh of relief. She smiled and said, "Really, what are you trying to explain? I didn't say anything." Seeing how Yi Shuang was trying to cover it up, Li Changxing couldn't help but sigh. "Women." "Changxing, one of my best friends is coming back from abroad today. Can you accompany me to pick her up? She's very curious about you and wants to meet you." "Sure." Li Changxing nodded. He didn't spend much time with Yi Shuang when he came to Beijing. When the villa on the top of the mountain was completed, he would soon go into seclusion again. So it was good to take advantage of his rare free time to accompany her. Today, Yi Shuang drove a silver-gray Maserati. Sitting in the passenger seat, Li Changxing looked at the scenery outside along the way. Yi Shuang's driving speed wasn't slow. It could even be described as fast as lightning. However, her driving skills were very skilled. This made people not worry that she would rear-end the car in front of her or scratch the cars around her. In the city, it was more than 100 miles per hour. After leaving the city and getting on the ring highway, it was easy to run more than 170 miles per hour. After 40 minutes, they arrived at Beijing's airport. After waiting for about 10 minutes at the airport gate, a beautiful woman wearing sunglasses and a light yellow short skirt walked over to Yi Shuang's position. Beside the woman was a tall man. He looked like a mixed blood. The bridge of his nose was very high. When he smiled, he seemed to have a special charm. "Manny, I missed you so much." Yi Shuang directly hugged the woman and then introduced, "This is my friend Li Changxing. Could it be your boyfriend?" Manny clipped the sunglasses on her hair, revealing a face that wasn't particularly beautiful but was very elegant. Yi Shuang's face suddenly turned red. She looked down at her toes and didn't say anything. Suddenly, Manny's eyes showed some surprise. Based on her understanding of her best friend, this was the first time she acted like a little girl. She couldn't help but look up and down at Li Changxing again. She really couldn't see any good points about the man in front of her. "Hello, I'm Fang De, Manny's boyfriend. I'm now the chief financial officer." The mixed-blood man took the initiative to reach out his hand to Li Changxing. He was very generous and very gentlemanly. At this time, Yi Shuang recovered and said, It's not easy to be the chief financial officer of a company at such a young age. Miss Yi Shuang, you're too kind. I often hear Manny mention you. When the man glanced at Yi Shuang's face, a trace of undetectable greed flashed in his eyes. He hid it very well, but it still didn't escape Li Changxing's eyes. Although the man looked very cheerful and generous, Li Changxing always felt that he was wearing a mask. Let's go, Manny. It's not easy for you to come back. Today, I'll treat you to a meal. Yi Shuang was usually cold to others. Only in front of Li Changxing would she become gentle and lovely. But today, she was very cheerful and lively. This showed that her relationship with Manny was really good. That was why she could let go of her disguise and reveal her true nature. They left the airport and returned to the city. They went to a private restaurant. After the meal, Yi Shuang and Manny were reminiscing about the past. Fang De would occasionally chime in with a few words. He was very humorous and made the two girls laugh. Li Changxing, on the other hand, was very well behaved. He kept his head down and ate. After the meal, he went outside to the yard and lit a cigarette. When he finished the cigarette and walked into the house, he happened to hear Fang De stand up and try to grab Yi Shuang's hand. Miss Yi, my teacher is a famous spirit master. He asked me to help you get rid of the negative energy in your body. No need. Yi Shuang hurriedly moved back to hide. Miss Yi, don't be afraid. Fang De chuckled. He snapped his fingers, and Yi Shuang's expression instantly became dazed. Miss Yi Shuang, don't be afraid. Let me take a look. He reached out to grab Yi Shuang again. Why don't you get rid of the negative energy in my body first? At this time, a cold voice sounded. Fang De's vision blurred. He saw a hateful face appear in front of him, looking at him with a playful expression. Who else could it be but Li Changxing? You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.